second, one down. We're in the 11th inning, tied 5-5. Pedroia could be the hero tonight. Base hit to right. Voltaire charging. Here comes Marrero. Here comes the throw. He dives. He's safe. And the Red Sox win it. Look at Pedroia running for his life here. Well, the Red Sox, on the heels of an extra inning walk-off win last night, will be sending David Price to the hill tonight in the finale of a quick two-game series with the Phillies. Two more to come, though, in Philadelphia beginning tomorrow. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. A warm night at Fenway. Great to have you. I'm Dave O'Brien alongside Jerry Remy, of course. And, Jerry, David Price making his fourth start coming back of his elbow issues in spring training. You know, a couple of starts back, he was outstanding against the Orioles. It did not go well against the Yankees.
No, I agree. You know, two starts ago, it looked like he was on his way. Had an outstanding performance against the Baltimore Orioles. But last time, remember everything that was surrounding David Price going into that side. I don't think that helped at all. And also the fact that, you know, his command was certainly off in that game against the Yankees. You see the numbers so far for him. And, you know, it looked like in the ball after the Baltimore game, he was going to be off and running. But he took a step backwards last time out because, just in my opinion, his command was not there. Now, physically, he feels fine. We've been clocking him consistently at about 95 miles an hour with his fastball. But he hasn't been able to put it in locations where he wants to. That should be coming for him. This is his fourth start now, coming off the disabled list. Health is not an issue. It's really just getting comfortable on the mound. I would expect him tonight to start to get comfortable. And it's a lineup he should be able to dominate here against the Philadelphia Phillies. Well, one thing the Red Sox started to do last night with the warmer weather is hit the long ball. Benintendi clobbering one, 415 to center field. And Hanley Ramirez topped that as he tied the game with a bomb on the Lansdowne in the 8th inning. We'll see if that continues tonight here in Game 2 against the Phillies. Toyota's website for deals, buyatoyota.com. Dunkin' Donuts, America runs on Dunkin'. Your New England Audi dealers in the 2018 Audi Q5. Plain Ridge Park Casino, 45 minutes from Boston. Lexus and the Lexus Strikes Out Hunger program. Digital Federal Credit Union, see what DCU can save you. And by Southwest, yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. We had a shower move in and out of Fenway a couple of hours ago that has long since left us. It remains a warm night, so let's get down to the field and the inappropriately dressed Jemai Webster there in the suit and the tie. Talking about David Price, you get an interesting sound bite from Hanley about the left-hander tonight.
Yeah, that's right, Dave. As David Price continues to work his way back to top form, he was out of the gate early. He was consistently and he was good, but since he fell into some adversity in New York City, I talked with pitching coach Carl Willis, who told me the belief is there. They believe in David's command, and his teammate, even Hanley Ramirez, he went a step further in his confidence for Price.
A lot. He got the most important thing is confident attitude, you know. So he's a winner. We got Sale. He got attitude. That's what we don't care about, attitude out there in the field. You know, the attitude to find a way to get that W. So David Price is David Price. You know, great guy, great teammate. big, hard, competitive. So, you know, we just got to score some run early for him so he can get comfortable on the mound. I say that.
Now, Willis told me players are dialed in at Fenway. They feed off the energy, and he expects Price to do just that, as well as take care of business, making his first start in front of the Fenway faithful of this 2017 season. David Price hopefully going for his second win of the year. We've got baseball. Dave O'Brien and Jerry on the call when we return.
By Lexus and the Lexus Strikes Out Hunger Program. Franklin Sports, the official batting glove of Major League Baseball. And by Subaru of New England, supplying all-wheel drive vehicles with a passion for summer travels. Very comfortable night here at Fenway Park since the showers came in and cooled everything off. David Price onto the diamond. Here's a look at the Philly lineup they'll be facing. Brought to you by your New England Chevy dealers. Odubel Herrera is the center fielder leading off, then Daniel Nava in left. He has some pretty gruesome numbers against Price. Altair in right, Kendrick at second, Joseph at first base, Michael Franco at third base with Michael Saunders the DH, Cameron Rupp the catcher, and Freddie Galvis is the shortstop and number 9 hitter against the Red Sox starter presented by New England Audi dealers. Price coming in 1-1 with a 5.29 ERA.
The Red Sox defense is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, and they are 14th in the league, 47 errors on the season. Josh Rutledge will be at third base. Xander Bogaerts the shortstop. Dustin Pedroia at second. And Mitch Moreland, the first baseman. Left to right, Andrew Benintendi, Jackie Bradley Jr., and Mookie Betts. Christian Vasquez doing the catching for David Price.
Here are the umps. They're brought to you by Toyota's website for deals. BuyAToyota.com. Stu Shearwater has the plate. Jim Reynolds at first. Brian Knight at second. Lance Barrett at third base. Where available, this telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your TV remote. SAP presented by Toyota. Visit Compra2Toyota.com to see Toyota deals not seen on TV.
Buenas noches, amigos.
And here's the weather for tonight. Very, very nice. Right now, 83 degrees. It was up into the high 90s today, of course. Plenty of sunshine still in the area, but no showers. Those have come and gone. David Price, his first home start of 2017. He's done pretty well in his career against the National League. He has 14 lifetime wins against the NL, against 12 losses with an ERA of 3.41.
Yeah, 3 starts so far, 5 innings against Chicago, 7 good innings against Baltimore, and 5 last time out against the Yankees.
That was a 9-1 defeat, which he lasted only the 5 innings. So here's Herrera to lead things off. He's one of the prizes of their farm system, hitting .258 with 5 home runs. Goes after the first pitch and lines one right at Benintendi, backs up a bit for that. for a fast out. So one man gone in front of Daniel Nava. Red Sox about to go to Philadelphia for 2 games. Then stops in Houston and Kansas City. So it's right back on the road. Relatively brief homestand. Some of us barely unpacked from the last one earlier this afternoon. I'm embarrassed to admit.
You got to be a trip ahead, Dave. You always got to think a trip ahead.
I know you do too. Sometimes you're 2 trips ahead and you get it done. As Nava will take a strike. How about his career against Price? I mean, he woke up this morning, realized he was facing David Price, and he wanted to roll back over again. He's 2 for 20 against him. Altair on deck. Well, Nava made a brilliant defensive play last night to double up Benintendi off second.
Yeah, going toward foul territory. Ball hit by Jackie Bradley, jumps, makes the catch, then doubles off. Andrew Benintendi at second base. Nava had a terrific night last night here at Fenway.
He had 3 hits. He's hitting .329. And in there for a strike with the fastball.
Good location there, outside part of the plate, outside corner to Daniel Nava.
Price took on the Phillies in the 2008 World Series when he was pitching for Tampa Bay. He was working out of the bullpen then. He pitched in games 2 and 5. Chopper and Rutledge there. Plenty of time to get him. 2 up and 2 down. First inning was the trouble spot last night for Rick Porcello, as Rick allowed 4 quick runs, only 1 run the rest of his night, and he wound up going 6.
Yeah, not a long night right now for David Price. Very few pitches to get 2 outs in this first inning. But Nava to top a cut fastball that time down to third base.
Suns up Aaron Altair at 285 with 9 home runs. He has some power. Flies that one into right center field, and Jackie Bradley there. That is a fast inning. 6 total pitches and 5 strikes for Price out of the gate. Brought to you by Toyota's website for deals. BuyAToyota.com. Mookie Betts leads it. Then Dustin Pedroia, the star last night. Xander Bogaerts, Mitch Moreland, and Andrew Benintendi. Andy Ramirez followed by Jackie Bradley and Josh Rutledge, and then Vasquez batting ninth. Betts swinging at the very first pitch, pops to Franco, the third baseman. So both leadoff men do the same thing, one pitch and one out. Well, here's Ben Lively, the right-hander, 1-1. Made his major league debut 10 days ago, and he was excellent in a win over the San Francisco Giants, 7 strong innings.
And last time out against Atlanta, 7 innings in that ball game, only gave up 3 earned runs, but did take the loss 3-1.
And Pedroia will take ball 1, hitting .298, so right on the doorstep of 300. And a very hot bat. And he scalds that one, a line drive into left field for a base hit, so he stays hot. Dustin now with a 4-game hitting streak, and he's 7 out of 14 during that.
The Phillies defense is 5th in the National League, only 35 errors on the season. Michael Franco at third base, Freddie Galvis at shortstop, Howie Kendrick at second, and Tommy Joseph, the first baseman, left to right, Daniel Nava, Odubel Herrera, and Aaron Altair. Cameron Rupp doing the catching for Lively.
Lively not a hard thrower. We'll check on his pickoff move perhaps as Bogaerts gets in, hitting .318 with 2 home runs. A little bit of a skid lately for Xander. He's 0 for his last 10. Lively is 25 years old, out of Pensacola, Florida. And 6'4", about 190 pounds, so just about a perfect pitcher's build. Our AARP getting to know Ben Lively. 5 minor league seasons, an outstanding record, 45-24 with an ERA under 3.
Yeah, acquired for the Cincinnati Reds back in 2014. That fastball's been consistently about 91 miles an hour here in the first inning. That one on the outside corner to Bogaerts.
Mitch Moreland on deck. Dustin Pedroia on with a single. And the 1-2 breaking ball, and that one hit down into the corner. That's headed for the wall. Off the very top of that shelving, right back to Nava into third base. Stopping there is Pedroia as the throw comes into second base, and the Red Sox in business on a double by Xander Bogaerts.
Bogaerts last night had some trouble on breaking balls, but not this time. You see right here the curveball just kind of spinning up the home plate, stays on the inside part of the plate, and Bogaerts just pulls that ball. Nice swing by Bogaerts. Takes it off the left field wall. So very quickly, 2 men in scoring position for the Red Sox.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a shelf up there over the American League East standings and over the line score on the monster, which is tough to see when you're a spectator in the stands or even this far back in the press box, but it's out there. Kind of extends over a little bit. Every once in a while a shot will hang on that half a second longer.
And give the guy a double.
Give the guy 2 bases. Here's Moreland now. He's locked in with a 7-game hitting streak, 11 for 27 during the hit streak. So he is really cooking. He is the Red Sox hottest hitter at the moment.
Infield playing back this early in the ball game with 2 men in scoring position for the Phillies.
And the 0-1 from Lively. Moreland continues to rank among the American League leaders in doubles. He's tied for 5th with 18 of those. And Mookie Betts really racking up the 2 base hits in particular. One and 2. Lively went 18-5 between AA and AAA last year to win the Phillies minor league pitcher of the year award. So he's been highly thought of in 2 different National League organizations, in Cincinnati, as Jerry mentioned, and now Philadelphia. But he's got to be pretty fine with his command. Popped up but foul back out of play.
Not afraid to challenge guys with his fastball too. He's been coming right after a lot of these Red Sox hitters early with fastballs at 91, 92 miles an hour. This one at 92, little tail on it, as you can see right there, to Mitch Moreland as he fouls it off.
Pete Buchanan, the manager. Bob McClure is their pitching coach. He served briefly in that capacity with the Red Sox not too long ago. The 1-2.
Good job fouling off the changeup that time by Moreland. That pitch to the outside part of the plate and just fouls it off down the third base side.
You can enjoy the experience at Fenway with your group. Group outings perfect for entertaining clients, boosting employee morale. Visit redsox.com/groups for more information. Sox with a threat right away against Lively. Pedroia at third, Bogarts at second, and 1 away.
Trying to elevate that fastball. That's what most teams try to do against Moreland when they get a couple of strikes on him. They're trying to go high in the strike zone and see if he'll chase it. Sometimes he does, but that time he fouled it off. There's that high fastball. It was supposed to be high and in. It was up and away, and it gave him chance to make contact and foul it off.
Andrew Benintendi on deck. Got a piece of that one. And went back to that curveball. He's got the curve. He has a slider, a changeup, 4-seamer, and a sinker. And he's a little bit across his body with his delivery. We're up out for a conversation. Red Sox with an opportunity to get on the board very fast here against Lively. David Price only needed 6 pitches to get the 1-2-3. Again, he got a piece of it. He just nudged his seam on that one.
Yeah, that's. I guess if there's a good foul ball, that's a good one, because he chased a changeup that was quite a distance off the outside part of the plate. You see it moving down and away, and then it's actually in the right-handed batter's box, but still, Moreland able to foul it off. So he lives to see another pitch.
Lively with a 1-2. I got to believe as a hitter, if you make contact on the previous pitch, any kind of contact at all, you've got to be going good. You know you're going good because typically you're striking out on that.
Yeah, well, you check swing it down the third base line. You do something silly like that.
He hangs in. Long at bat here, really extending Lively.
Yeah, 10 pitches so far in this at bat against Moreland.
Sox wrapping up the homestand here tonight after taking 2 out of 3 from the Tigers and winning in dramatic fashion last night in 11 innings. Fly ball down the left field line. That's it well, slicing for the corner and foul. And he'd been able to straighten it out just a little bit. That would have scored 2 runs.
Yeah, that ball would have probably been off the wall out there, and the Red Sox would quickly have a 2-0 lead in this game. What an at bat put on by Moreland. There's that fastball away outside part of the plate. You can't take it. It's a strike. He just slaps at it down that left field line and just in foul territory.
Pedroia at third base, Bogarts at second. Only 1 away, and that one hits him. He got hit on the foot or the leg, and the bases are going to be all loaded up here for Benintendi.
Yeah, pitch number 11. He tries a slider. And the slider comes right down on the foot. As you can see, the back foot of Mitch Moreland. So the Red Sox now with the bases loaded and Benintendi coming to the plate.
An opportunity for a lot of damage for the rookie left fielder who hit a blast here last night to center field, which traveled 415 feet. His ninth. Benintendi, the 5-hitter. He's been enjoying interleague play. He's hit 4 against the National League, 4 home runs, which is tied for the American League lead against the NL. And no place to put him.
Now last night Benintendi with a home run to straightaway center field early in the ball game. Center field bleachers.
He would go 3 for 5 and drive in 2 runs. Was Andrew a rookie, so not a ton of at bats with runners in scoring position in his brief career, but when he does have runners in scoring position, he's a .329 hitter. 2 for 10 with the bases loaded. That's just outside.
Right, those are some tough pitches to lay off right there. That third pitch was borderline outside corner.
Time to see who's been driving the ball. Presented by Toyo Tires. Last 8 games for Andrew. 367 with 9 runs batted in and 4 homers. Pedroia at third, Bogarts at second, Moreland at first base with 1 out. 2-2. Hanley Ramirez waiting on deck, and the 2-2 to Benintendi. Ball 3. So the Red Sox are making him work, making the manager of the Phillies sweat.
About 3 hours ago, you'd have been sweating here without even playing out there or watching the game. It was so hot.
It was about 99 inside the ballpark. 3-2. And he walked him, and that'll force in a run. The Red Sox lead it 1-0 as Pedroia comes jogging home. 37th RBI for Benintendi. So a hit batsman and then a bases loaded walk. That'll bring out Bob McClure.
Yeah, and there have been some pretty tough at bats put on by the Red Sox. Certainly the one by Moreland, and then a good at bat there by Benintendi to eventually draw the walk.
So Hanley Ramirez is next. I just want to know from Jemai Webster. Jemai, did you not get the memo about the polos that we got about 11 a.m. this morning? I mean, it's a good look. Don't worry about it. I mean, you look sharp, but you look hot. I get it. He's absolutely without a comment on this.
Oh, no. I didn't realize you guys were talking to me because I'm having a heat stroke down here, apparently. It's ridiculous, this heat. Devin Marrero, he lives in Florida during the offseason. He said this is perfect Florida weather, and he loves playing in it. And he even said, my problem was the fact that I had these threads on. He said, let me give you some advice. Ditch the suit, go with the polo next time. So I'm taking fashion advice from Devin Marrero, guys.
Very sound, though. Very sound, I think. Here's Hanley now, 249, 9th home run last night, tied up the ball game in the 8th inning. And for young Ben Lively, the Wolf is at the door right away here in the 1st inning. Red Sox on top 1-0, and the base is reloaded for Hanley. Bogarts, Moreland, Benintendi aboard. And And a check swing foul to make it 1-1.
Yeah, Hanley trying to hold up that swing. It was a high fastball up out of the strike zone, but checked the swing but made contact. So far this season, 2 for 8 with the bases loaded as Hanley Ramirez.
This will be the 28th pitch of the first inning for Lively. Up the middle, Kendrick out his second on the first, close, and got him a double play. So the Phillies get out of the inning having allowed only 1 run. So the Red Sox have to be a little bit frustrated by that squander. Right now, John Farrell wondering if he should review this or not. Watch it again at first.
I think it's going to hold up. Remember, the ball does not have to be in the pocket of the glove.
And he is not going to challenge it, I think, because of that reason.
Yeah.
So double play. Red Sox have to settle for the 1 after an inning. 1-0 Red Sox. Top of the second, Red Sox leading the Phillies here 1-0 as Kendrick stands in and he takes ball 1, although it felt like the Red Sox were on the verge of a much bigger inning. They loaded up the bases a couple of times. Hanley Ramirez hitting into that double play to retire the side. So the Sox settle for 1 as Kendrick eyes another strike.
I'll tell you, that was a heck of a turn by Freddie Galvis to shortstop on that double play. He had a long way to come and came charging across that bag to barely get the out at first base.
Joseph on deck, and then Franco here for the Phillies.
This is a double play I was talking about. Now watch him come charging hard across that bag, running, and then runs out of the way of Benintendi and picks up the double play. Just barely gets it, but a fine play.
Kendrick had a fascinating night last night because he made 2 errors in the game, but at the plate he was outstanding as he went 3 for 5 and he drove in a run.
And on the bases he was outstanding.
3 stolen bases for the first time in his career. And just recently off the disabled list because of a right abdominal strain. He has never hit Price very well. He is 6 for 30, 200 career batting average against the Red Sox lefty.
There's only 3 guys in this lineup that have faced him before: Daniel, Nava, Kendrick, and Saunders.
And the payoff pitch, and he draws a walk to begin the second inning. So Kendrick is on, and with him still very good speed. Tonight's polos are designed by Joseph Abboud, custom made in the USA of fine Italian fabrics, available at Men's Warehouse. And Jemai, trust me, they are light and they can go anywhere. Text NESSN to 66960 and receive a coupon for $20 off your next purchase of $100 or more at Men's Warehouse, and data rates may apply.
Well, you got something right there for sure. I mean, they can go anywhere. They're going from here to Philadelphia after the game.
We have no choice. And then probably we'll break them out again for sure in Houston, I would think, because it's going to be baking there. Of course, we're going to be indoors, so we're going to have to finesse that a little bit with our producer. We'll be allowed to wear.
He just reminded us we're in a dome, so you know what that means. Yeah. No, you're wearing a shirt and tie.
Yep, we'll be the guys in suits when it's 108 outside in Houston. Joseph has pretty good power as Kendrick gets back in. Joseph, a former catcher turned first baseman. And in double figures in homers. Here's the 1-0. Talk about his power. Joseph once hit one in high school that traveled 465 feet.
Yeah, a guy hit one in high school that's still rolling because we didn't have a fence. And he used to go down this road and just keep going. It might be still going now.
That's a tape measure shot.
Yeah.
Many tape measures to go chase it. Lofted along the line down in right field, and that one will keep on spinning out of play. Franco on deck. Yeah, the Red Sox heading to Philadelphia for 2 games against these fighting Phils there. It'll be Brian Johnson on Wednesday night at 7:05. And on Thursday, Chris Sale at Citizens Bank Park. And the Red Sox go to Houston and Kansas City before getting back home to Fenway on the 23rd of June. Kendrick on at first. Nobody out. Lined into the corner, but foul. Joseph Raley turning on that one. Tampa Bay and Toronto are tangling tonight. They're 0-0 in the second inning. Tampa Bay is now in 3rd place. They are 2 games over 500. That is a much better club than they're getting credit for, particularly on the mound. Right now 6.5 back. Now Price has gone full on Joseph. Nobody out, a man on. Price really zipped through the first inning. Second inning has been a bit of a struggle right away. And the 6'5" left-hander with a 3-2. And he got him. He puts away Joseph, his first strikeout tonight.
Yeah, cut fastball that time on the 3-2 count from Price to pick up the strikeout. Last time out for Price against the Yankees, had 4 strikeouts in that game. His high was 7 against the Baltimore Orioles in the start previous to that.
Lexus is making a pledge to strikeout hunger. Every time a Red Sox pitcher strikes out a Phillies hitter, Lexus donates $50 to the Greater Boston Food Bank. One away, Franco will climb in, the third baseman. 214 with a little bit of power. He's hit 7 home runs. And he looks at a strike.
And velocity picking up a little bit too. 94 that time on that fastball. First inning he was 90-91. You can see last night in a play that Franco hit, and a great play by Mookie Betts right there to cut that ball off and really save the Red Sox a run.
Deep short, through for a base hit. Franco pulls a single, and Kendrick is up to second base, so first and second with one down. Yeah, we had a great angle. Mookie Betts racing into the alley. I mean, pell-mell out to that bullpen. And at that speed, to get the glove down,
yeah,
like a shortstop.
Well, you know, I'm going to tell you something. If you get out here early in the afternoon, you watch Betts, and he goes out early every day, and he takes ground balls at different positions. He'll take him at third. He'll take him at shortstop. Today he was taking some at first base. He's always working on taking ground balls and footwork, and that helps him in his outfield play.
Yeah, that's a great point. I heard him talking about it down at Clubhouse today. He said, I'm going to go take ground balls, and then I'm going to come in and take a nap. Get a nap in.
Nothing like a nap.
Here's Saunders hitting .203 with 6 home runs. Jerry said one of the few guys in this lineup who has seen Price before.
Yeah, 1-5 in his career against David Price.
He's the DH tonight. Price in a little bit of difficulty here. 1-0 Red Sox in the second. A walk and a base hit. And he floats a foul to make it 1-1. Red Sox have gone 14-7 in their last 21 games. Right now 7 games over 500. That's a season high. So if the Red Sox win tonight, it'll be a new high water mark on the season. Yankees did win last night on the West Coast, and they're playing there again tonight against the Angels. Orioles taking on the White Sox in Chicago. We told you about Tampa Bay and Toronto in Canada inside the division. Kendrick at second, Franco at first. Saunders is a double play candidate, even though he's a left-handed hitter.
Not a complete shift, but certainly playing him to pull.
Dangerous count here for a guy who can hit the ball out of the ballpark. 3-1 on Saunders. Two on with one away here for Philadelphia. Saunders, a former American League All-Star. And that's inside for ball 4. So the bases are going to be loaded up. Both sides have done that early in this game.
And Kyle Willis coming out of the dugout very quickly for the Red Sox. Heading out to have a little chat with David Price.
And now you can live stream any NESN Red Sox game on your favorite device anytime, anywhere you go. Visit NESNGO.com or download the NESN Go app today. The walks were part of the problem for Price in New York. He walked 4 men in 5 innings. He also gave up a couple of home runs.
Yeah, command has been the issue for him. Now, no problem in the first inning, but here in the second inning, a couple of walks, and you look up very quickly, the bases are loaded with 1 out.
Here's Cameron Rupp, the catcher, batting just .212, but the bases are jammed. Red Sox ahead 1-0. Price trying to get it together here, and he misses for ball 1. So Price with just 6 pitches in the first inning. He's already required 21 in the second. This is a very difficult club to walk to. They don't take many.
Little help that time by Rupp, swinging at a pitch that was out of the strike zone to even the count to 1-1. The last fastball at 95 from David Price. That ball clearly off the outside part of the plate, but chased by Rupp.
They do a lot of that. They do have the worst record in the big leagues at 21-41. Kendrick, Franco, and Saunders aboard, and both Kendrick and Saunders took ball 4. And Price with a 1-1. And that's a strike.
Change up at 84 down at the bottom of the strike zone that time. Questioned a little bit by Rupp, but looked like a pretty good pitch. Takes it off at 84 miles an hour. Good pitch right on the outside corner and away.
Galvis, the number 9 hitter, is on deck. Price trying to put away the number 8 guy. Vasquez couldn't hold it. So Rupp will swing again. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Those rain showers that moved through ever so quickly here a couple of hours ago cooled it down into the low 80s. And by now probably in the upper 70s here at Fenway. Very comfortable night. Not comfortable at the moment for Price. Rupp hanging in there.
And so far everything from David Price to Rupp has been away. Change-ups away, cutters away, fastballs away.
Well, he has 1 strikeout. He really could use another right here on Rupp. Long look into Vasquez. Line shot down into the corner, but a foul ball into the seats. And they'll do it again. So the difference between the first and second innings for the lefty is night and day. One and 2 on Rupp with a man at every base. And he trickles that one foul.
And a good at bat by Rupp. You know, he's making him throw a lot of pitches, a lot of quality pitches, fouling off. That pitch was down in the zone, but the contact made by Rupp. Like the cut fastball at time and hitting right on top of it, fouling it off.
Howie Kendrick, the runner at third, Michael Franco at second, and Saunders at first. Phillies driving that pitch count up in the second inning. 1-2.
Tried something different that time. Tried to come inside. Everything had been away from Rupp. Tried to sneak that fastball by him inside, but too low.
The Red Sox have had remarkable success in interleague play, and that continued again last night with the come from behind win. Line shot. Here's Betts. He'll make the play. No chance. They're going to send that runner, and a terrific throw home. Howie Kendrick right back to third base, and they're 2 down.
I was watching the runner at third base, and he was late getting back to the bag to tag up. Now, I'm not sure he would have made it or not, but watch the runner at third on contact. He kind of just breaks, and then he has to go back to tag up. And once you have to do that, forget it. You're not going to score on Mookie Betts. As the runner on third base, contact goes down the line, then goes back to tag up, but it's too late. Betts already has the baseball, so he can't score from there. That's a base running error, I believe, right there, because if the ball drops in, you're going to score anyway.
There's Galvis, 235 with 6 home runs. And 28 runs batted in. Now, both sides have already squandered a scoring opportunity with the bases loaded. Red Sox only got 1 run. The Phillies now with 2 down and the bases jammed. Galvis, one of their guys who's been around for a little while, so he's played in these interleague games against the Red Sox. And against Boston, he's 9 for 51, 176 average. So Red Sox pitching has really tied him up. And a fly ball to right field, and Betts right there, and Price gets out of the inning. Despite 2 walks and a base hit, he leaves him loaded. Bottom of the second, Red Sox with a 1-0 lead. The Phillies just left them loaded against David Price and failed to score. Red Sox did get 1 across in the first inning on a bases loaded walk to Benintendi. There's a high fly, pretty well hit to left. Nava already turning on it off the monster, and Jackie Bradley into second base with a double. Jackie staying hot with that bat. He has now hit safely in 5 consecutive games, and he's 7 for 15.
Yeah, and you know, he's got that kind of power that he can take advantage of that left field wall. That ball was middle of the plate, but the inside out swing by Bradley, and halfway up that wall bounces over the head of Daniel Nava, and no problem getting into second base for Jackie Bradley. That ball's down in the zone now. A lot of times when Jackie's not swinging the bat well, he'll roll over on that pitch and hit a ground ball at second base. That time he just goes with it and plants it off that left field wall. That left field wall is a friend for a left-handed hitter.
Here's Rutledge at 259, getting a golden opportunity at third base these days. as he is playing on an everyday basis. Saturday walked 3 times, was on base 5 times. Last night he was 0 for 3 in the Red Sox victory in 11 innings. Vasquez on deck. Punch to the right side.
Good job right there.
Kendrick will set him down. Indeed, that'll advance Bradley into third base with 1 away.
You could tell by his swing it was designed to go to the right side. That's exactly what he wanted to do. You try for a base hit, obviously, but if you don't get one, you advance that runner to third base with less than 2 outs. That's why he's getting congratulations from his teammates. He did his job.
Will win you a lot of support inside the dugout.
Yep. Giving yourself up to get a man to third base with less than 2 outs. Now we'll see if Vasquez can bring him in.
You can make an out and do that. The infield is backed up. Red Sox in front 1-0. Vasquez hitting .318 with 12 runs batted in. And Christian's been dynamite at home. He's hitting .400 at Fenway this season. Jackie Bradley at third. A ball and a strike on the Sox catcher. And a 1-1 from Lively. Time for our Dunkin' Donuts poll question. Do you like home and home series in Major League Baseball? Red Sox are doing it right now with the Phillies. Text 1 for yes, 2 for no. Text your answer to 536 536.
You know, I'm like this, like that. I don't have a preference one way or the other.
You kind of care less.
Yeah. I don't think that was one of the choices, though.
Hey, can you do that again, though? If just for the camera, exactly what you did, the gesture you made in the booth there as I was reading exactly what the question was. Do that again.
I'm kind of like this, like that.
Yeah.
You know, it's.
That was it. That kind of.
Yeah.
Okay. But we hope you'll weigh in with your opinion. Line shot to right. That's going to settle down in the corner. That's going to drive in a run. And to score easily, Jackie Bradley. That's a bullet by Vasquez for his 13th RBI. And the Sox lead it 2-0.
6 for his last day with runners in scoring position for Christian Vasquez in a nice opposite field. That's his swing. Opposite field stroke, line drive, right down the right field line. That pitch is away. He just goes right with it. Beautiful mechanics right there by Vasquez, and the Red Sox pick up the run. Well played out there off the wall by Altair. But Vasquez in a second base in scoring position.
Red Sox already with 3 doubles off Lively. Here's Betts. Mookie 0 for 1. Swung at the first pitch, popped up in the first inning. Mookie went 4 for 5 last night and doubled 3 times. That was the first time in his career he had done that in one game. And popped up again on the left side. In comes Galvis to put that away. And there are 2 gone.
Fans, don't miss NESN Live tomorrow evening at 5:30 on NESN. We'll have a preview of the Sox Phillies tomorrow night in Philly, plus the latest on the Bruins. NESN Live is presented by Cross Insurance.
Dustin Pedroia extending his hitting streak to 4 in a row with a base hit first inning, and eventually would score on a bases loaded walk to Benintendi as the Red Sox struck first. Usually a very good sign for the Red Sox. And the Red Sox score first. They're 24-10. And a 1-0 from Lively. Xander Bogaerts on deck, and the 1-1. Galvis will charge that and set him down. But the Red Sox are on the board again. A couple of doubles and take a 2-0 lead through 2. Ball break brought to you by T-Mobile. These are Major League wins leaders since 2012. Scherzer leads the pack with 96. Kershaw is going to be in there, but David Price is number 4 with 81. One of those coming this season. 1 up and 1 down as he takes on Odubel Herrera. Lined out to left on the first pitch he saw in the first inning. He was developed under then Phillies general manager Ruben Amaro Jr., who is now the Red Sox first base coach. Liked him a lot. He's got hit there.
A little bit late with the movement, almost got him on the belt buckle there, but able to get out of the way.
Herrera in his 3rd season with the Phillies. Last year he hit 15 home runs and he stole 25 bases, so he could be a factor on the bases. They say he's not a great base runner, but he has excellent speed. And was a volleyball star in Venezuela before baseball. There's a 40-inch vertical. A lot of talent here as he fouls that one away, and it's 2-2. Nava on deck. Nice to see Daniel back. As an opponent of the Red Sox, not the first time he's been back in another uniform, but getting a chance to play regularly these days. And Price with a 2-2. Herrera almost jumped into that.
Yeah, try to change up on the inside part of the plate. And I think that fooled Herrera. Looked like he was looking for something hard in that situation.
And a payoff. And he walked him, so Price has walked 3 men over the last 2 innings. Let's go back downstairs to Jemai.
Yeah, you guys were just talking about Ruben Amaro Jr. and last night's walk-off, especially significant for him because of the time that he spent in the Phillies organization. 7 years as their general manager, and 2 of those years he engineered teams that had the best record in baseball. He says he's happy with the success that they had over the years, but he's especially excited about being back as a bench, or as a first base coach, I should say, because of the camaraderie that you get as a player and coach in his 2nd year now with the Red Sox as their first base coach.
He's had a long career in baseball, great family. A former general manager. Played in the big leagues as well. Well, here's Nava. He's 0 for 1 with a ground ball to the third baseman, Rutledge. That makes him 2 for 21 against Price in his career. When you have numbers like that against a particular pitcher, do you try to just try whatever else you hadn't tried before, something new, the day of the game leading up, knowing you're going to face this guy again?
Well, first of all, you're lucky to be in the lineup. Number one, when the manager looks at numbers like that, you're fortunate to be in the lineup. Number two, it becomes a challenge. You know, you say to yourself, I can't be this bad against this particular guy, so I've got to get him tonight for a couple of hits. It's the challenge that you take. But sometimes his numbers get so out of whack, it's like, maybe I'm better not being in the lineup tonight. I probably might be helping my team.
Maybe sitting down.
I had a guy like that, and I've told the story many times. Mike Flanagan, who pitched for the Orioles. I mean, I had no chance, and they kept putting me in there against him, you know, and I kept making out after out after out, and I finally got a base hit, and my dugout was giving me a standing ovation as I was on standing at first base. You know,
that's got to be a great feeling.
Yeah, that was terrific. You know, thanks guys. You know,
sarcastic applause.
Yeah, exactly. But I felt like against him, it was my count was 0-2 before I even got into the box.
2-1. It's got to be that way. You know, we say that all the time, but it is true. That's in your head. I'm already 0-2 the moment I walk out of the dugout.
It was the truth. I mean, it felt like he and I, no matter what about it was, he would make 2 nasty pitches on me to go to no balls and 2 strikes, and then I had no chance.
I also think what you say is true about the competitive nature of a major league player. Like, this is going to be different. Tonight is going to be my night against this.
My night tonight.
Tonight, 3 hits.
Tonight, I'm going to foul one off.
Huge victory. And Pesky at bat here. On the fastball, he fouls that away. Turned into a very pretty night here. Sox trying to make it 2 for 2 against the Phillies before going to Citizens Bank Park. Certainly hope you'll join us tomorrow night from their outstanding park, which is a bandbox. Red Sox up 2-0 in the third. Herrera, good runner at first. Phillies in that rebuilding mode right now, playing a lot of young players and a lot of guys who are taking their lumps. But they believe they've assembled a lot of talent too, so that a couple of years from now they may be on top. And Herrera, the man at first, is a key guy in that. Not running. And down he goes. Nava now 2 for 22 against Mr. Price.
And that's only the 13th time that Nava has struck out this season. Price blows a fastball by at that time for the strikeout. You get a kick out of when hitters are walking back to the dugout or out to their position at the end of the inning. They watch the replay up on the scoreboards to see what their swing looked like or where the pitch was. And, I mean, you get scoreboards now with it light up all over the ballpark.
We see when guys make catches, and they want to be the first guy to look at what the catch looks like on video.
Yeah, absolutely.
See what it looks like.
The first place I played in that had a scoreboard similar to that kept your batting average was in Kansas City, and they had that calculated, like you grounded out to first base. It was calculated before you get back to the dugout. You saw your average just go
Down.
down.
It's like rubbing it in.
Which always gave you an uplifting feeling, you know, as you're getting ready to take the field.
If you're really scuffling, you're right there at that Mendoza line, and you see it drop, you know, underneath 200.
Yeah,
that's got to be great. As Herrera's back in. It's a humbling game, isn't it?
Sure can be. That's for sure. Everybody feels it too. There's very few that go through without being humbled in this game.
Runner takes off, swinging a high fly ball. This one way back into the corner and totally out of Fenway Park. Altair with his 10th home run of the season, and an absolute shot. A 2-run blast to tie this one up. That was a high, majestic home run by the right fielder.
As the cut fastball, it looked like that time from David Price that Altair really got into. Let's take a look at the pitch. Yes, it is a cutter, and it stays right around the inside part of that plate. That's the type of pitch that you want to get down below the knees. That one stayed up about thigh high.
2-2 game. Kendrick, the batter, he walked in the second. And completely out of the ballpark. Now, the walks did not cost Price in the last inning, but they do here in the third inning. A walk to Herrera. Line shot scooped up by Bogarts. Nifty play, and he guns him down, and they're 2 away.
Zan has been throwing the leather around the last 3 or 4 games. That was a very impressive play right there. That ball exploding as it comes down toward the glove area. And the very quick hands from Bogarts right there, able to pick that and save a base hit.
Sunday night, he had probably, arguably, the best defensive game of his career against Detroit. Adds another one here. Here's Tommy Joseph with a cut and a miss. He whiffed in the second inning, 0 for 1. Scouts have compared this guy to a young Mike Napoli. And he, like Napoli, has made the transition from catcher to first base. So the Phillies, with a long ball by Aaron Altair, have tied it up at 2-2. Tonight, you figure the baseball is going to carry. One and 2 on Joseph. Another prospect the Phillies are high on, Altair. Born in Germany, the son of a former German soccer player. Price looking for the K. Not this time on Joseph. He'll join the Red Sox tomorrow and the Baseball Tomorrow Fund to help youth baseball and softball programs from June 23rd through June 25th by donating new or used equipment right here at Fenway Park. 2-2. The Red Sox last night overcoming deficits of 4-0 and 5-4 to win 6-5 and 11. They got the early lead tonight, and that's in there for strike 3. Side retired, but Altair hits a long home run. This one is tied 2-2. You can watch every out-of-market regular season game live. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. Rich Capola joining us inside the booth, sports director from Fox 61. Great to have you with us.
Hey, great to see you guys. I have to say really quickly, a lot of people on my Facebook page, when I said I was coming here, make sure to say hi to Dave and Jerry and tell Jerry we're with you, we're pulling for you. And not just Red Sox fans either. So you're loved even in Connecticut by fans of any team.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
I really do.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Rich, long day yesterday for the Rem Dog. He sailed through it, though, 4 hours and 16 minutes. Tough as ever. I want to ask you about some of the stories you're covering these days. We're getting ready to go to Houston as Bogaerts flies this one to center field, run down by Herrera. And obviously there's a very UConn feel, very Connecticut feel to that series.
Yeah, and I had a chance to talk to Matt Barnes in the dugout prior to the game. We were talking about George Springer, and I remember a couple of years ago or last year in Houston, Hanley Ramirez made a nice play on a foul ball on the line, but then Matt reminded me of the home run that Springer hit on a curveball.
He didn't forget it.
On a 3-2 pitch. He said, I haven't heard the end of it, and I probably never will. But Matt also said he'll be at Springer's wedding in California in November. So they've stayed very close. They were part of an excellent team and a great program Jimmy Penders has at UConn.
Now, Springer's really come into his own, hasn't he?
You know, he really has. He's always had a lot of talent, and he's had good years, but I think he's finally maturing and putting it together. 17 home runs, 40 runs batted in, and I think he has his average up to around 280, and he's always been a tremendous outfielder.
Yeah,
you see his stats right there.
40 RBIs, and he's done some damage against the Red Sox, too.
He has, and he's doing it. Look what he's doing from the leadoff spot primarily. So, tremendous player and a great kid.
That one is torched by Moreland, deep toward the triangle, heading way back. She is gone. That landed up there into the center field bleachers to untie this ball game as he continues to cook with the bat. An absolute shot.
And that looked to me like it might have been a changeup that time to Moreland. He presents all his own power on that particular pitch. Let's take another look. Up in the zone, up above the belt. And bat speed galore right there for Mitch Moreland. That was a long way up there.
The Red Sox these last couple of nights with that power stroke, 2 home runs last night. Moreland launches here. Benintendi hit one .415 last night. And for every Red Sox home run this season, Speedway donates $500 to Boston Children's Hospital. Now through the end of July, use your Speedy Rewards card when you purchase any size fountain or frozen drink for just 69 cents and get an entry code to win a VIP experience. On the topic of home runs, Rich, I know that where you're located, you're right there between Red Sox country and Yankee country. With the Yankees and Judge, particularly what he's doing, are you noticing any change in the rivalry and the interest between the two franchises?
Not really a change, but I think it certainly surprised a lot of Yankees fans. They thought maybe next year this team would contend a little bit more. And Judge is a kid who struck out 40-something times and 80-something at bats last year. I just think Jerry, the adjustments he has made, I've never seen it from one year to the next where you struck out so many times, and now he's worked the plate, takes his walks, takes the ball the other way, doesn't try to pull everything.
I think that's the key. You know, watching him take batting practice when we were at Yankee Stadium, he hits the ball the other way with obviously great power, but he's able to cut his swing down. It looks like, you know, he has 2 strikes and use the other field, and I think that's helping him cut back on his strikeouts.
Yeah, I think he's getting his foot down a little bit earlier. You know, guys that use a leg kick and stuff, but he's been tremendous.
Benintendi slams that one, headed for the wall down the left field line. He's heading for second base. Red Sox taking aim at the monster tonight. Benintendi, who had a RBI in the first inning with a bases loaded walk, doubles here in the second.
That's nice to see. You know, both Bradley and Benintendi, 2 left-handed hitters, using the wall as their friend tonight. That ball away on the outside part of the plate, and again, you know, when Benintendi's not swinging the bat well, that's a ball that he'll try to pull, and he rolls over and hits a ground ball at second base. That time in friendly Fenway, and I've always said it's built for left-handers, you take it to the opposite field, it keeps your shoulder and head on the baseball, and that's exactly what he did with that pitch.
449 feet, the tail of the tape on the Moreland home run, by the way. Andy Ramirez hit one over 450 last night. He was doubled up in the first inning, so he's 0 for 1. We're talking about Judge, and I know Red Sox fans got a chance to see him up close and personal a couple of times this season, but 6'7", 282 pounds. In terms of body mass, the largest player in Major League history. And what we're watching here is a guy who's making a run, not at Rookie of the Year, but at the MVP award.
Yeah, I mean, you think of Ichiro and Freddie Lynn, right? Rookie of the Year and MVP. It's only been done twice. I mean, he's the size of a defensive lineman, defensive end when you think about it. That's a huge human being. But as I said, just his plate discipline now, not swinging at pitches out of the zone as he did oftentimes last year and struck out an awful lot. He's made tremendous adjustments. You have to give him credit for, having the wherewithal to do that.
One out, a man at second, and a wave and a miss by Hanley as the helmet comes off flying.
But Benintendi has been hot of late too. I mean, he's a good-looking hitter.
A beautiful swing.
He really does.
The best part about Judge is, obviously we know about his ability. We've seen it firsthand. But I was talking to Girardi when we were in New York, and we're talking a little bit about him. One of the first things he brought up, he says he's a great kid. He said, you're going to love the way he plays. He said, but he's even a better kid. He really wants to learn. He's receptive to coaching. He's receptive to everything, and Girardi just loves him.
Well, they had a kangaroo court in college where if you said I or me when speaking with the media, you were fined by the kangaroo court. So he really learned from that and always talks about the team and his teammates putting him in a good position to succeed.
And Jackie Bradley 1 for 1 with a double and has scored a run. Sox on top here 3-2 in the third inning on a massive home run by Mitch Moreland. You do get the feeling now, Rich, and you've been to Fenway so many times throughout your career, that as the weather warms up, we're going to see a lot more of this, what we've seen the last couple of nights.
Oh, for sure. And Moreland's been, a doubles machine in home runs now.
And a pop up into short right field as Kendrick goes back. Altair coming in. That will retire the side. Rich, always a pleasure to see you. You look like $1 million. You're putting us to shame.
Thank you,
as
guys.
always.
Ram, good to see you, buddy.
All right.
Good luck.
Red Sox
God
on
bless.
top here 3-2 at Fenway Park. Well, the Red Sox once again out in front 3-2 as we go to the fourth inning. Jerry Remy, Dave O'Brien with it. It'll be Franco Saunders and Rupp against Price, who's trying to settle down here. Last couple of innings, he's had some difficulty throwing strikes and has walked 3 men and allowed the 2-run homer. Franco with a base hit in the second. So he's 1 for 1. Trying to hold up his swing and did on ball 2. You look back over the last 23 games now, Moreland is batting about .350 with 7 home runs and 20 runs batted in. We talked about this yesterday, Jerry, about the comfort level that he has, and he said, it's a peace of mind thing. Coming to the clubhouse every day, and as you said, you look at that lineup card, you're going to be in it.
Yeah. And, when you're being platooned, and that was going on for a short period of time, it becomes a little bit frustrating, because you know that you can do the job against left-handers. I really think at the time that was taking place was just because Moreland had played so much, and I think they wanted to get him off his feet for a couple of games against some left-handers. That was about it. I don't think it had anything to do with production at all.
Yeah, he had played in virtually every game.
Yeah.
Every inning. And Travis came in for a while and spelled him over there against left-handers.
And did a nice job.
Did. That kick can hit. Meanwhile, Price continues to have difficulty with his control tonight. That's 3 consecutive innings he has walked the leadoff man. Fires a strike to get in front of Saunders. Last inning it hurt him because Altair homered after Herrera had walked. Price pitched around a couple of walks in the second inning, got out of a bases loaded jam without any runs. That's a floater, but Rutledge is backing up for that. 1 man gone.
Tonight after Red Sox coverage on NESN Sports Today will save you time with all the latest news, including an update on the MLB draft. NESN Sports Today is presented by People's United Bank. See what know-how can do.
Here's Cameron Rupp, 0 for 1. He is lined out hard to right field. 3 runs, 6 hits for the Red Sox, 2 runs on 2 hits for the Phillies. Rupp's the catcher, so he is a candidate for a double play, and takes ball 1. David Price and his wife Tiffany celebrated the birth of their first child this spring, a son, Xavier Price. Here's the 1-0. So the Red Sox are very grateful to have that sleep room here at Fenway Park for the young dads.
I've never seen it. I have no idea what it looks like. I don't even know where it is. I do mind sleeping in hotel lobbies.
The 1-1.
I got to tell you though, we got these early in the season, these pillows.
Yeah, you and I got them for bed gear.
I'm telling you, really good.
They are good.
They are really good.
They're different from any other. I don't want to make it into another commercial, but different from any other pillow I've slept on.
No, I totally agree.
1-2 and a big swing and a miss by Rupp. He is down on strike, so 2 away. And I'm a bad sleeper, man. I'm a really light sleeper. If I'm in the wrong hotel room.
Yeah, wait a minute. Stop right there. Time out. You're a light sleeper?
I'm a really light sleeper, yeah.
When you're on that bus going from the ballpark to the airport, you are.
I'll like
you're,
light. Yeah.
You're gone.
Yeah.
You're not light.
That part's true. Sorry about the snoring, by the way. Galvis flirting with a bunt there. I mean, those are great trips, man. We're going through the tunnel. We're headed to Logan. It might take an hour and a half. That's the time to sack out, man.
You can go out with the best of them.
I stand corrected. The 1-0 line shot caught by Rutledge, and that will retire the side. He was Johnny on the spot there. 1 man left. 27th is Manny Ramirez bobblehead night at Fenway Park. First 12,000 in attendance receive a Manny bobblehead courtesy of Majestic. For tickets and more information, visit redsox.com/promos.
How's Manny doing in Japan anyway? Anybody know?
Have not looked lately.
I have not either.
Check in as this one is popped toward right field off the bat of Rutledge and caught by Altair. And Rutledge is 0 for 2. Wherever he is, it's entertaining.
Yeah, I'm curious if he's still there. I haven't heard anything about him or what he's done or.
Yeah, last I heard, that's where he was. He was either in Japan or Korea.
Yeah, it might have been Korea. You're right.
We can double check on that.
We got our best people on it right now.
We have our best people on it. I'd love to see a bobblehead of Manny just peeking out from behind the monster. You know, when he dropped in there for a moment. Vasquez doubled in a run in the second inning. He's 1 for 1. Mookie Betts on deck. Red Sox leading 3-2 in the 4th. And Lively with the 0-1 up and in.
I think my all-time favorite Manny moment, and we probably have it on tape somewhere in the archives, is back when he cut off Johnny Damon's throw. He couldn't have been more than 15 feet from Damon. Damon comes up firing, and Manny cuts it off in left field. You remember that?
I do.
That was one of the classics that I've ever seen.
How long did that throw actually travel?
I'm going to guess 20 feet.
There's so many great Manny stories going back to his days with the Cleveland Indians. Ton more here in Boston, of course. But remember when, like, the Indians comptroller, whose job it was to cut the payroll checks, was wondering why Manny's hadn't been cashed for like 6 months?
Didn't know he had it, right?
He had been taking the checks and sticking them in the glove compartment of his car uncashed for like 6 months. So there was hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of checks in there that were uncashed by Manny Ramirez. I mean, he could have cared less. Two to Vasquez. And you would know if this is true, and I've heard this story a lot, that it didn't matter. He'd walk into anybody's locker in the clubhouse and take whatever he needed that day. Pants, socks, shoes, shirts. The guys would come back after hitting and they'd go to put their game stuff on. It was all gone. Inside for ball 4. So Vasquez on for the second time.
Well, I didn't witness that firsthand, but it wouldn't surprise me.
So man on with a man out for Mookie Betts, who's popped up twice.
I remember a couple of times we used to land at the airport after a road trip, and I used to have a car pick me up right at the airport, and a couple of times Manny would jump in. We'd have to take him to his residence here in Boston, and we never quite got to his residence. He'd always say, drop me off about 3 blocks from where I live, and I could never figure it out. And, you know, I mean, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning,
right?
You know, but he just used to want to get out and walk. To I don't know if he didn't want us to know where he lived. I mean, everybody knew where Manny lived.
Just see him walking down the street.
Just wanted just walk down the streets.
By the way, Manny played in Japan,
and he was very slow to go to his wallet.
Oh yeah,
you know,
I got one of those stories too.
Very slow to go to his wallet.
Manny in Japan hit the cover off the ball in the first half of their season, which has already been completed. Line shot down for it. Kendrick off the deck. And Galvis with another nice turn. He's done that twice tonight to complete double plays and retire the side. And through 4, it's 3-2 Red Sox. This moment brought to you by Coors Banquet. And on this date in 1947, the first night game was played here at Fenway, and the Red Sox beat the White Sox 5-3. Well, under the lights here tonight. Red Sox have a 3-2 lead behind David Price. Top of the order for the Phillies, Herrera, who has walked and scored. He's also lined out to left. Then it's Nava and Altair. A little more information on Manny Ramirez. He is playing in Japan. It's in the independent league there for the Kochi Fighting Dogs, and he hit .460 in the first half.
Wow.
I mean, he played in 20 games, but .460.
20 games.
With 3 home runs. But it's independent ball. Still swinging it.
Wonder how many games he decided he didn't want to play because of a bad hamstring.
I remember when
Remember the All-Star game?
Yeah, and he was asked which one.
Yeah.
He pointed to the right one and then the left one.
Come back from the All-Star game. He really didn't want to go to the All-Star game, and they kind of forced him to go. Because I think he was the winning vote getter, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And then we opened in Seattle after the All-Star game, and Manny had a bad hamstring. He was going to take his All-Star break then.
1-2 to Herrera, and swinging bunt but foul. Stay tuned after the third out of this half inning for the mid-fifth studio show presented by GMC with Adam and Casey. And Price, each of the last 3 innings, has walked the leadoff man up to 78 pitches. Here comes number 79. And a play for Dustin Pedroia. He continues to be flawless at second base. He's got 86 games in between errors.
Don't miss W.B. Mason Extra Innings live right after the game. TC and Steve break down tonight's game, and you'll hear from David Price and John Farrell. Whatever, whenever, wherever, who but W.B. Mason.
Daniel Nava 0 for 2. He is grounded to third and struck out. Red Sox up a run in the 5th. Price breezed through the first inning on just 6 pitches, including getting Nava. Allowed a 2-run homer to Altair in the 3rd. But so far only 2 Philadelphia hits. Altair on deck. And the 2-0. Pedroia converges on that. 2 down. And we'll send up the number 3 hitter.
Well, this weekend we go to Houston, and the Red Sox are national TV for a couple of games on Saturday and Sunday. And I want to tell everybody that Dave is going to be doing radio on Sunday night along with Tim Neverett,
with
right?
Tim,
because Joe's taking the series off.
Yeah, he's just he's slumming somewhere.
So you're gonna be double dipping. You're going over to do the radio.
Doing radio. I'm very excited about getting back on radio. Of course, I was on the Red Sox radio for 9 years with Joe Castiglione. And very excited about that on WEEI on Sunday night. That's the Sunday night baseball game. And the Red Sox will be heading overnight on to Kansas City right after that one. Games against the Royals in one of our favorite ballparks. A ball and a strike on Altair.
Red Sox have a lot of national games that have come, and still more to come.
Base is empty and 2 down, and Price will step off, and the umpire at first base, Jim Reynolds, sees a great big banner hanging over the monster in left. And that's going to have to be pulled back before the game can continue. So that's the reason for the delay. And they're going to have to get security up there to pull that back, and they do. So just a slight delay.
And a exit.
Looks like a double ejection.
Yes.
So to count a ball and a strike on Altair. Pitch number 85 for Price. Altair, a guy who's battled a lot of injuries, a fractured right wrist, badly sprained ankle, a torn tendon sheath in his left wrist. Still a young player, but he's had a lot of injury difficulty. And in there for strike 3. Caught him looking. Price with his best inning since the first. Time now to turn it over to Adam and Casey for the Mid-Fifth Studio Show presented by GMC. Red Sox have the lead. We're at the midway point tonight at Fenway, and the Sox will bring up Pedroia, Bogaerts, and Moreland, who had a big home run, traveled almost 450 feet in the third inning against Ben Lively, the right-hander. Red Sox getting a run in the first, a run in the second, another in the third, and Pedroia crossed the plate for the first run after a base hit in the opening frame against Lively. Home run cut, but he came up empty there. Pedroia's hit last night off the very top of the monster nearly won the game. It was before his game-winning hit to right field, a single on the ground, but in most ballparks that's out of there. There's a fly well hit to right. Altair still going back to the track, and he's got it. One man gone.
Yeah, that ball that he hit last night up against that left field wall, I thought when it left the bat it was going to be one of those line drive home runs that gets into the first row of the monster seats. Ball was really hit hard by Pedroia, and I thought he had enough, but not quite high enough. Had to hold up at first base as Nava got that ball back in very quickly.
Needed that wall to be about 33 feet instead of 37 plus. But he did end the game in the 11th inning with that single to right field to score Marrero. Xander Bogaerts has a double. He's also flied to center. He's also made a nice defensive play.
Double back in the first inning, right down that left field line, off the wall, hits the top of the scoreboard.
There's a drive. That one hit it for the wall. That got there quickly. He wants second base. Here's the throw, and he's got himself another one. So another line shot by Xander Bogaerts, really dropping a hammer on that one.
Yeah, very similar to the one he hit back in the first inning. And I'll tell you, it's a good thing Nava bobbled this ball around. And Bogaerts might have been out at second base. That's how hard the ball was hit. And watch it bounce off the wall. But right there, Nava has difficulty with it. And by that time, Xander is no problem in the second base with a head first slide. He's thinking two right out of the box because he knows it's hit hard against the wall. And gets himself in a scoring position with one out.
Well, Moreland again. He's been hit by a pitch after a long at bat in the first inning. The last one hit his foot. And he crushed a home run, a solo shot in the third, which is the difference in the game right now. That solo home run, 3-2 Boston. Moreland up to 286 with 9 home runs. He has tied Andrew Benintendi for the club high in RBIs, or had until Benintendi drove in a run earlier. And there goes Bogaerts. There's the throw. He's going to try and slide in, but he's going to be out. Trying to catch him napping, but he's cut down for the second out in the inning.
Yeah, not many times do you see that work for a pitcher when they spin off the mound like that, and you could see that time it did. You know, Bogaerts, he thought he had him timed, but that little spin back, which you almost see never worked that time to get Bogaerts at third base.
It's officially a caught stealing. This is an area where there's some controversy with the Red Sox because they've had a lot of men put out on the bases.
Well, you know, I don't have a real problem with it because they're last in the league in home runs.
Into the shift, Kendrick from right field will cut him down, and that will do it. Red Sox in the end sent only 3 men to the plate. 3-2 Red Sox. Lexus has developed the Lexus Strikes Out Hunger program in partnership with Nessun and the Greater Boston Food Bank. Visit your Boston area Lexus dealer in June and donate non-perishable food items. For more information, visit NESN.com/Lexus. To the 6th inning, 3-2. Red Sox just lost a base runner as Bogaerts was cut down trying to steal third base. And John Farrell talked about it before the game. The need to be aggressive, and you touched on this because the Red Sox have not hit a ton of home runs. There's a high deep drive hooked down the left field line, but foul off the bat of Howie Kendrick.
Yeah, I would have to say that I don't have a big problem with it. It's just going to be smart, aggressive base running, and a play like that probably shouldn't happen. Like Xander's already in scoring position. I know he wants to steal third, but you got to be able to pick up that move fairly quickly. That's kind of a basic pitcher's move that almost never works.
The chopper to Bogaerts. He'll set down Kendrick, one away.
But I'm all for being aggressive, because it becomes a style of play. And I think the more pressure you can put on a defense, the better. I always felt that when I played against clubs that were aggressive base runners and played aggressive baseball, it put a lot more pressure on me as a defender. I always felt that way. And this is not a club that can sit back and wait for home runs. It just hasn't happened so far this season.
On the other hand, he's already in scoring position. You get Benintendi up there. You get a left-hand hitter who's hot with a bat.
I agree with you 100%. That was not a good play. That was not a good play. But he was thinking about stealing third base. He was really hadn't had a lot of looks at his move, or, to home plate, or varying his looks to second base.
Joseph knocks that one foul. He has struck out twice.
So that was being a case of being over aggressive. That was not good.
Right. But you want to be on that razor's edge, right? But do it in a smart way.
Yeah, you try to. You try to do it in a smart way. It doesn't always work out that way.
If you play that style, you are going to run into outs. But the question is, too many were in the wrong spot. And this is a one-run game. That'll be in there for a called strike on Joseph, who's had a lot of trouble making contact with Price tonight. Sox up 3-2 in the 6th. And Franco on deck. Hit pretty well down to the corner. Betts with a long run. It's over his head. It's going to take a hop and off into the stands for an automatic double for Joseph. So he is into scoring position with one man out.
Yeah, first time. He got struck out twice in this game on cut fastballs by David Price. That time he gets a fastball from Price and slices it right down that right field line. Fastball pretty much down the middle of the plate and pretty much an inside out swing, as you can see right here, and slicing away from Mookie Betts. He had no chance. It just bounces up and into the stands for the double. So Phillies have the potential tying run in scoring position.
Joseph last year made his major league debut, hit 21 homers. He can drive it pretty well. Franco now the base hit and a walk. 1 for 1 tonight. A double by Joseph, only the third Philly hit off of Price. There's also walk for men. So his command has been in and out in this one. It was right on in the first inning. When he threw 6 pitches, he got 3 fast outs. And he walked 2 men in the second. He got out of a bases loaded situation there. He walked another man in the third and then gave up a 2-run homer. The only 2 runs the Phillies have so far.
I think the fair way to put it so far in this game for David Price, it's been more like David Price than obviously the last outing.
No question.
In New York.
Yep. And his velocity is hit 95, 96. That one 94 for a strike.
That's a good call to get right there. That ball a little bit inside, but it does go in Price's direction. Brought back a little bit, as you can see, by Vasquez, and they get the call.
Into the hole, a dive and a miss by Moreland. Here comes Joseph into third. He'll stop right there and will not test Mookie Betts. Knocked down at home plate by Vasquez, but they're on the corners, and Franco has his second hit tonight.
And both hits in the game for Franco have come on changeups. Change up that time. Look how far Moreland is off the first base bag. He dives. He can't knock it down, but they're not going to challenge the arm of Betts. As you can see right there, because of the positioning of Moreland when he had to dive, the cutoff man had to become the pitcher, David Price.
Now, watching Mookie Betts these last couple of seasons in right field, he brings to mind the best of Shane Victorino with his ability to charge on those ground balls. And you mentioned how hard he works on practicing taking in ground balls before games.
Yeah.
Victorino did the same thing.
Yeah, he did. You know, and Betts is an incredibly hard worker. He goes on every day. And it's not only from the infield. They throw from the outfield a lot. Ruben Amaro has them out there, you know, at least a couple of times a week.
And Victorino had a very accurate arm. Mookie Betts has a stronger arm. But both of them Gold Glove winners with the Red Sox. Shane Victorino did in 2013. He won the Gold Glove. Saunders has walked and popped up. So he's 0 for 1. Price in dire need of a double play ball here. 1-1. Summer just about here. Get your patio ready for entertaining by visiting Jordan's Furniture to shop their large collection of quality outdoor furniture. Plus get up to 60 months no interest with equal payments and no minimum. 1-1 on Saunders. #100th pitch of the night. Bounding ball. Rutledge goes to second. Juan Pedroia with a turn and not in time, and the run is in. Joseph scoring from third base to tie up the ball game. And John Farrell is up on that top step.
Let's take another look at it. No, very clear right there that that was beat at first base.
Yep, not close. Saunders will pick up the RBI to tie the game at 3-3. Cameron Rupp, the number 8 hitter, will dig in. He's gone hitless tonight, 0 for 2. So Joseph, who had doubled with 1 down, touches home plate to tie it. It's been the nature of this series the last couple of nights. Somebody goes out in front by a little bit, and the other guy comes back and quickly ties the game. Galvis on deck. 3 runs, 7 hits for the Red Sox. 3 runs on 4 hits for the Phillies. Two strikes on Rupp.
102 pitches right now for Price. He may realize that this is his final inning in the ball game.
Two down, a man on, and 2 strikes on Rupp. And foul tip to the mitt. Made quick work of him. However, the Phillies do tie it here in the 6th inning, a 3-3 game.
Recap of the ball game tonight. Vasquez going to the opposite field for a 2-base hit to drive in a run. Moreland with a monster shot to center field. Another run for the Red Sox. David Price with a couple of strikeouts in the ball game. Fastball away, cut fastball. And then Sana's beating out an infield double play, possible double play. Beats it out. Run comes home, and we're all tied at 3.
So to the bottom of the 6th inning. It'll be Benintendi to lead things off. He'll be followed by Ramirez and then Bradley against Ben Lively, 25-year-old from Pensacola, Florida. Andrew tonight with a walk with the bases loaded. That drove in a run in the 1st inning. That drove in Dustin Pedroia, and he has since doubled off the wall and lefts. And he pops a foul back out of play. I've got a buddy who is, as you look at Robbie Scott throwing in the bullpen, who is locked in on the Manny Ramirez information from Japan, playing in the independent league, as we said earlier. His contract gives him a Mercedes with a driver. Manny doesn't have to practice, and he gets unlimited free sushi. 2-2. A pretty good deal. Doesn't have to practice.
Yeah, why practice, right?
Practice.
He's practiced enough in his career.
A good agent. Full count here at Benintendi. Tied up at 3 in the 6th. Popped him up in a short left. It's Galvis backing out to snatch that for the out. Attention Red Sox Nation, there's a reason why the Red Sox and the rest of America run on Dunkin'. Dunkin's iced coffee, consistently smooth and delicious. Dunkin' Donuts coffee, #1 in New England. Boston Red Sox run on Dunkin'. One down for Hanley Ramirez, who's been doubled up but also struck out. He is 0 for 2 tonight. Tied last night's game with a solo shot with 2 down in the 8th inning. His 11th game tying or go ahead home run at Fenway since last year's All-Star break. Remember what a second half he had. One ball and 1 strike.
Now last night's home run by Ramirez just absolutely crushed her at Fenway Park. One of those line shot home runs that just keeps going and going and going.
Right on to Lansdowne. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And for long stretches of the second half, when the Red Sox were winning the American League East eventually, Hanley Ramirez was among the most dangerous hitters in baseball. Spectacular second half, really. Jackie Bradley next. And Lively with a 2-2. And he'll step off. Sox heading to Philadelphia tonight. 2 games there. Brian Johnson and Chris Sale, back-to-back left-handers against the Phillies. High fly ball, right field, well struck. Altair says he has it though. Onto the track for the out. 2 down. Time for a game break, brought to you by Jordan's, the furniture store of the Boston Red Sox. Here's TC. Tom, thank you. Baltimore right now at 500 at 31-31 is 7.5 out. Bradley with a double and a run. He's also popped up to right, 1 for 2 tonight. Now Jackie hitting .245, so that batting average is moving up pretty steadily. Knocks that one to left field. On the move, Nava, and he will run it down. And the Red Sox are done in 1-2-3 in the 6th. It's poll question. Do you like home and home series in Major League Baseball? We were very non-committal, and apparently everybody else is too on this.
Love this one. 50-50 was kind of like, some of this, some of that.
We'll try and do better tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a lot of these left. I mean, they're not all going to be gems. Still pretty early as we go to the 7th inning. Tied 3-3. Sox and the Phillies. And a pitching change for Boston. Robbie Scott coming out of the bullpen, so David Price goes 6. They have no decision. Quality start as he allows 3 runs. Turning it over to the bullpen. Galvis to lead things off.
Yeah, Galvis, he's a threat to bunt. You'll see Pedroia coming in a little bit at second base in case he pushes it in that direction. Rutledge about even with the bag at third.
Galvis is flied out and lined out sharply to Rutledge at third. There's a little bit of power. Became the 4th Philly ever to homer from both sides of the plate in a game since Jimmy Rollins did it about 6 years ago. Back when the Phillies were very competitive and they were in the hunt for world championships. Meanwhile, Blaine Boyer starting to loosen in the Red Sox bullpen. Nobody throwing in the Philly pen. And Scott with a 2-1. The Price's pitching line is brought to you by Ace Ticket. The left-hander went 6, just 4 hits. Did walk 4 men. And departed with 103 pitches under his belt, 63 for strikes. Herrera on deck, and then Nava. And the count fills up.
Stay tuned for Red Sox Final presented by Plainridge Park Casino. TC and Steve will break down the key moment in tonight's game and recap the other games across the AL East.
Yankees are on the West Coast taking on the Angels in Anaheim. Shot foul quickly into the seats. Red Sox have been beaten up on the National League. You go back to September 4 of 2015. The Red Sox since that date are 26-9 against the NL. Two popped him up down the line. Betts chasing toward the stands. Mookie on the run there to make the play in fair territory. He almost overran that. He hauls it in, and Galvis is retired. Ace Ticket is Boston's trusted source for Red Sox tickets from bleachers to box seats. Ace has the lowest prices to all games at Fenway. Treat yourself or someone special with tickets to a game by visiting aceticket.com now or call 1-800-MY-SEATS. One gone in the seventh, top of the order for the Phillies, and Herrera. He has lined out. He's walked in, grounded to second. He came up in the Philly system as a second baseman. They quickly took a look at his speed and they moved him to the outfield, try and take advantage of that. He is known on a sacrifice fly to flip his bat.
Really?
Yes. Part of his personality. There's some flair there. 256 with 5 home runs. Check out which events are coming up. Fans, be sure to stop by Plainridge Park Casino. Plainridge Park Casino, 45 minutes from Boston. And Scott with a 1-1. Nava on deck. He's really happy that David Price has departed. Because Price has really locked him up over the years. Pop foul out of play. Major League Baseball today released its third update on the All-Star balloting. Voting ends on the 29th at about midnight. Xander Bogaerts places 4th right now at his position. Mookie Betts is 5th among outfielders. Dustin Pedroia 5th at second base. Still plenty of time to vote. Fans can vote up to 5 times every 24 hours, up to a total of 35 ballots. One and 2 on Herrera. Got a piece of that one on a big swing.
Went up a pretty good battle right here against Robbie Scott. Seeing a lot of pitches.
I think right now you'd have to say there are 2 Red Sox for sure who are going to be playing in that All-Star game, going to be selected. Craig Kimbrell and Chris Sale.
Yeah, no question about Kimbrell. I mean, there's been nobody better in the league than he.
The 1-2 bounding ball. Bogaerts will have to hustle, and he got it there in plenty of time. 2 down. Another look. Red Sox in the top 10.
think the one thing that's hurt the Red Sox as far as votes go at this stage is the fact that they have not played many home games, where some of the voting is being done, obviously.
Yeah.
And they've been on the road forever.
Going to continue to be.
Yeah.
Almost to the end of the All-Star voting. Here's Daniel Nava. He's gone 0 for 3. A couple of ground outs and a strikeout.
They'll continue to have problems tonight against David Price. A ground out, a strikeout, and back to a ground out to second base. As Price had him 0 for 3 in this one, so that makes him 2 for 23 in his career against David Price.
So personally escorted David Price to the dugout. Made sure he was out of the game, but Price has similar numbers against a fair number of hitters in his career. No doubt about that. Altair on deck. We're tied up 3-3 in the 7th. And Robbie Scott looking for a 1-2-3 inning. Now at the moment hitting .316 with 3 home runs. So he's been making good contact. And he's likely to start all 4 games. 2 here at Fenway and a 2 in Philly. Phillies have only 4 hits tonight. One of those a home run by Altair in the 3rd. Counting for 2 of their 3 runs. And he's the man on deck. And the 3-1 roped into left field. That's going to drop down for a base hit. So Nava hits it right on the button with 2 down.
Yeah, sinking line drive right there in front of Benintendi to keep them away from a 1-2-3 inning. And out comes John Farrell.
He's going to want Blaine Boyer here to take on Altair. So a pitching change to be made. And a tie game with 2 down in the 7th inning. Phillies with a base runner. We'll have more in just a moment. Championship season, game number 64. Red Sox lost 12-2 to the Rockies. Kurt Schilling took the loss. Mike Lowell leading the Red Sox offense with 2 hits. He also hit a solo home run. Red Sox would get them back in October with the sweep of the World Series. Now Boyer coming out of the bullpen. John Farrell has become fond of the veteran who's pitched in over 400 major league games. 270 earned run average. This is his 9th appearance since he made his debut on May 28th with the Red Sox against Seattle. Runner at first base, 2 out, tied 3-3. Altair with a 2-run home run in the 3rd. Also flied out and struck out.
Home run coming back in the 3rd inning. Looked like a cut fastball that time against David Price that he takes out of the ballpark. My opinion tonight on David Price is I think it was certainly a big uptick from last time out, and I don't think he's that far away right now from becoming David Price. I think if there's one issue right now, it's his command at times. He's walked 4 again in the ball game tonight, but his stuff has been good in my opinion, and I think he's very close, very, very close.
And they had a couple of innings. Like the first inning, he came out, and cut him down 1, 2, 3 on 6 pitches. Then the command, he walked a couple of men in the 2nd inning. Again in the 3rd inning, had some problems with ball 4, but got him 1, 2, 3 in the 5th. No question, a better outing. Down for it, Rutledge. A fire to second base to retire the side. So we're in the middle of the 7th inning, all locked up 3-3 at Fenway. Ben Lively's pitching line brought to you by your Eastern Lexus dealers. We came on the air tonight talking about Lively, who so far has gone 6 and is on the verge for a 3rd time now since they called him up recently of going 7 innings. We talked about how with 2 different organizations he was the minor league pitcher of the year, and I think you're seeing a glimpse of why he's been fairly tough tonight.
Yeah, he's been very consistent in all 3 starts that he's made at the major league level since being called up. Going deep into ball games, mixes up his pitches very, very well. Again, you know, nothing jumps out at you. You know, velocity is not over the charts, but mixes his pitches up very well.
It's a routine ground ball right to Kendrick, and Rutledge is 0 for 3. Now, Lively has thrown 7 innings in his first 2 major league starts. All the other Philly pitchers combined have done it only 9 times. So he's been a bright light for them. 25 years old. Here comes Vasquez, who has doubled in a run and taken ball 4. Lively came in with a 2.57 ERA. Pitching very well against the Giants in Atlanta. Not really stout offenses, but held the Red Sox to 7 hits. Backing upward off Franco's glove and off into left field on a play he probably should have made. But Vasquez will be safe at first base. We'll see how they rule on that.
Yeah, I'm going to give him an error, see if I'm correct or not, but it looked like the bounce was certainly one that he could handle. Vasquez pulling the ball this time, and I agree with you, Dave. Probably a play that could have been made. Hit him right off the thumb of the glove.
Red Sox with a base runner with 1 down in the 7th for Mookie Betts. No ruling yet if that's a hit or an error. They are going to rule it a base hit. So Vasquez is 2 for 2. Mookie tonight's popped up a couple of times. He's also hit into a double play. They get Ramos going in their bullpen. Sox had to rally late in yesterday's game. And Ramirez launching the home run in the 8th inning. Then the Red Sox won it in the 11th on the Pedroia base hit to right to drive in Marrero, who went diving headlong into home plate. And then Pedroia just took off, running for his life to try and avoid the dousing. And they ran right into Hanley, who bear hugged him, and he stopped him in his tracks.
It looked a little bit like a rugby match, didn't it?
Yeah. Very exuberant sprint by Dustin Pedroia, the hero last night. He's on deck, and the 1-2 from Lively. And he's approaching 100 pitches. Couple of walks. He's allowed a big home run to Mitch Moreland. Here's Pedroia last night for the game winner.
I mean, there's people running all over the place trying to catch him. Here's the base hit. Run scores, and here we go. Look out. Really like a game of flag football or something.
Even a handoff, there, a little toss there to Sandy Leon for the helmet.
Jump into safe arms too, and Hanley.
I like the little toss sweep. That's done for safety reasons. You know, guys are pounding on your head. You're wearing that helmet, that's going to sting. Sox pulling it out in 11. This one tied up 3-3. Lunging pop up to center. Herrera plenty of time to get beneath that, and there are 2 down. Pedroia next. Well, Friday is the 38th annual Armed Services Night at McCoy Stadium. First 3,000 receive a Ted Williams camo jersey that's courtesy of Nesson, Dunkin' Donuts, and Supercuts. Purchase your tickets at pawsox.com right now. There's Ted Williams serving his country not once but twice in his lifetime. Second World War and Korea.
Nice block right there by Rupp, the catcher, to keep Vasquez from getting into scoring position with 2 outs. There's a slider that was down that he really did a very nice job keeping in front of him.
Looking like Lively's last inning. To this point, he has been pretty impressive. Not much down the middle. He pitched at the University of Central Florida as a collegiate. He was scouted and signed by Greg Zunino, who is the father of the Seattle catcher Mike Zunino. Mike was a big star and a first-round draft pick out of the University of Florida. His dad, a longtime scout. Vasquez on at first with 2 away. We're in the bottom half of the 7th. He won't chase, and he has the count his way. Pedroia is a hit away from becoming a 300 hitter again. He's really been on fire his last 30 games or so. He's hitting about 330 in his last 30 games. Bogart's waiting to hit next. Three and two.
They're very consistent, you know, with the velocity all night long with that fastball. 91, 92 miles an hour with it. It's very seldom got above that or below that.
You mentioned it early. He's got a nice little tail on his fastball. You keep it away from a right-hand hitter. Got a slider and a curveball.
Yeah, looks like he's going to the fastball again.
Runner goes. Big cut fouled away by Pedroia. Generally, he's done a good job keeping it down in the zone, which was part of his scouting report. Three runs, 8 hits for the Red Sox. 3 runs, 5 hits for the Phillies. Vasquez, the runner at first. He'll be off to the races with 2 down. And waved at and missed. He struck him out. Toss on to first base completes the K, and that's it for the Red Sox. No runs, a hit, 1 left, still tied 3-3. Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by Mazda. Driving matters. By Sullivan Tire and Complete Auto Service. Ford Trucks built Ford Tough, the official truck of the Boston Red Sox. And by McDonald's. Any McCafe Bakery muffin with any size hot or iced coffee, just $1.99. Red Sox 3 and the Phillies 3 as we go on to the 8th inning. And that young man, Ben Lively, with a fine performance tonight. First time ever at Fenway Park. Looks like he's probably done. Their bullpen very active. As we go to the 8th inning, Boyer stays on to pitch for the Red Sox against Kendrick, Joseph, and Franco. Kendrick has gone 0 for 2 and taken ball 4. That was all against David Price, who went 6. Not a whole lot of offense in this one, at least not yet. Total of 13 hits. Sox have 8 of those. Kendrick stings that one for a base hit into left center field. So he's on to begin the 8th.
Yeah, Howie Kendrick has been a pest in this series against the Red Sox, picking up his first hit tonight, but also walked back in the 2nd inning. Had a big night last night, and now the leadoff man here in the 8th at first base.
So it sends up Joseph. Tommy Joseph doubled his last trip. He's also struck out 2 times. Kendrick with a career night last night on the bases with 3 steals. We'll see if he will test Boyer and Vasquez.
Well, he's going to get some attention, that's for sure, after picking up what he did last night on the bases.
Fernando Abad throws in the Sox bullpen. Runner holding, and it'll miss for ball 1. And a 1-0. It dips downstairs. Pat Neshek up as well, along with Ramos. So a couple of right-handers for the Phillies to choose from. And Boyer's 2-0. Right through there.
Tomorrow at 6, don't miss Red Sox first pitch, presented by Joseph Abboud, available at Men's Warehouse. TC, Jim, and Steve will preview the Red Sox road trip and break down Brian Johnson's success as a hitter in college.
Yeah, he was a DH at Florida. Said he got in the cage the other day to take some hacks, and the first 3 swings he popped them straight up in the cage.
Not unusual. Haven't been in there in a long time, right?
Been a long time.
Better than a swing and miss.
Said after that I was fine, but first few were pretty ugly. Kendrick on at first, nobody out. Tampa Bay with a 7-1 lead on Toronto there in the 7th inning. Tampa Bay wins that game. They're 3 games over 500. Popped him up, but that'll twist foul off into the stands, and a souvenir. You can stay on top of the latest Red Sox news with NESN's free Red Sox text alerts. From breaking news to in-game alerts, NESN will make sure you're in the know. To sign up, text Red Sox to 536-536. Message and data rates may apply. And a 2-2 to Joseph, who is a power threat. Waved at and missed. He got him. That was a pretty nasty pitch.
That's a hard slider right there that he just threw him to pick up the strikeout. Starts it toward the outside part of the plate and just breaks off the outside edge. Very difficult pitch for a right-hander to pick up.
Joseph Fanning for the 3rd time tonight. Now Franco, who the Red Sox have not gotten out. He has singled twice. He's walked once. So 1 away. There's a drive, a shot. That's going to be high off the monster. It almost got out of here. Kendrick churning into third. They're going to wave him in. Benintendi's throw to the plate. Here's the tag, and he is out at home. Benintendi guns him down. Vasquez with the tag.
Oh, what a play right there by Benintendi, because he had to chase this ball down, watch it hit the wall, high on the wall, run in, track the ball, check the runner, make the throw, and it's waiting there. Vasquez basically waiting for the runner to come in. I can understand the Phillies pushing the envelope, but it took a perfect play by Benintendi to make that out at home plate. That's his 4th assist of the season from left field. All the way in the air, and Vasquez just has to catch it and apply the tag.
His 4th outfield assist of the season. Huge moment here. Still tied 3-3. It's a double by Franco, so he's at second with 2 away.
Take another look where it hits off the wall. Very close. Wow, that was close.
Doesn't get any closer than that.
No.
Of course, if it goes over that red line, the ball is gone.
It's a home run on top of that shelf.
They're going to walk Saunders here intentionally, so they'll put runners at first and second for Cameron Rupp. So there's that ledge, and if it's up and over that red line, forget about it. So went slamming right into that. Slow it down. There it is. I mean, that's on that line, which of course is not a home run. It's got to go over it. Great view. First and second with 2 down. Tied up 3-3. And a foul tip to the mitt. Rupp is lined to right, and since then struck out twice.
I tell you, the Red Sox have had some great outfield play in the last couple of games. We talked about the Mookie Betts play from last night, and now Benintendi here tonight.
And Mookie made that tremendously important play in the 10th inning to cut off the Franco double and save a run. He also made a wonderful running catch in the opposite direction earlier in that game. Comebacker off the pitcher. Bogarts into center, throws to second, safe there. Everybody's safe, and the bases are going to be loaded as Franco stops at third base. That was a ricochet that got a piece of the pitcher Boyer.
Yeah, and that slowed things down, and by the time that Bogarts could get to it and get that throw in at second base, not quite in time. Right back up the middle, deflects off the body, slows the baseball up a little bit. It did give Bogarts a chance to get to it, but they cannot get the force out at second base. Awkwardly going back to try to make a play on that after the deflection.
And not in time to force the runners, so they're all loaded up for Freddie Galvis with 2 down. Bit of a wild inning without any runs scoring yet. There have been 3 hits in the inning, but nothing crossing the plate yet. And now they're all loaded up for the Phillies. You don't miss a game when the Sox hit the road. You can import the NESN Red Sox calendar into your favorite desktop. You'll get automatic updates, game reminders, and a lot more. Visit NESN.com/schedule to import the schedule today. So Boyer trying to hang on to a 3-3 game here in the 8th. On the night, Galvis 0 for 3. 2 down. The hits are even at 8. Strike 1. Galvis with a fly to right. A hard line drive to third, caught by Rutledge, and another fly to right field. I've said this a couple of times in the series. The Phillies are a very difficult, borderline impossible team to walk, really. Even though early in the game they took a few of them. They swing the bats.
Yeah, when they get some men in scoring position, they're up there. They're not up there to walk, that's for sure.
0-2.
Pretty good job by Galvis right there. Fastball inside corner and had him jammed, but he's able to foul the ball off.
Not a bad hitter in his career with the bases loaded. 286. A Philly at every base in the 0-2. Hey, he got him, and he got him to chase. 95 out of the strike zone, and they leave the bases loaded for the second time tonight. Store Technologies donates $50 to the Sean Thornton Foundation, helping find a cure for Parkinson's disease and pediatric cancer. Echo Store Technologies, your data center solutions provider. Red Sox 3 and the Phillies 3. Bottom half of the 8th inning coming your way. Jerry Remy, Dave O'Brien. New pitcher is Edubre Ramos, who's been even tougher than those numbers lately. His last 19 appearances, a 1.96 ERA. First man in is Xander Bogaerts, who pops it up. Maybe playable here. Joseph moving over and does have room. He makes the catch right in front of that camera well. 1 pitch and 1 out. Bogaerts is 2 for 4 tonight.
That fastball 95 from Ramos.
So man on the 8th inning for Mitch Moreland, hit by a pitch. He's mashed a long home run, 449 feet. And jumped into the center field bleacher area at Fenway, over the triangle out there, over that 420 mark. He's also grounded out to second. Stay right here after the third out for a special behind the scenes look at what happens in between innings. Benintendi on deck, tied up 3-3. We should do a stay in the booth.
I think it's probably more interesting to stay in the field than the booth.
It's a lot more. It'd be really boring to watch us sit here and talk about what we might dine on after the game on the charter. Jerry, you going burger tonight?
I don't think so.
And that's the kind of conversation that bore the heck out of people.
Yeah, I don't think so. Kimbrel loosening in the Red Sox bullpen.
28 out of 28 at Fenway. Second longest streak all time. Tom Gordon number 1, 29 out of 29. Tried to check and he did. Lance Barrett says no swing. Each side with 8 hits. Nobody's made an error in this one. And the bullpens are in it. One, two from Ramos. And in there for strike 3. So 2 away quickly in the 8th.
That's pretty nasty right there. Breaking ball outside corner, just catches Moreland looking at it. Now tomorrow at 6:30, don't miss Red Sox Game Day Live presented by DCU. TC, Jim, and Steve will look at the Red Sox dominance over the National League in recent years. They'll preview Brian Johnson's start tomorrow against the Phillies. DCU Digital Federal Credit Union. What can DCU save you?
Well, last 2 2/3, Red Sox with just 1 hit. Nobody on base, 2 down.
Again, another look at the fine defensive play by Benintendi as he tracks that ball down, picks it up, looks at the runner, knows he's got time, makes a strong throw, and they get a big out. And home plate here late in the ball game. 4 assists now in the outfield for Benintendi.
Looking to get on in front of Hanley Ramirez, who's up next. Hanley ripped the game-tying home run in the 8th inning last night with 2 down. Benintendi with an RBI with the bases loaded. He took a walk in the 1st inning. And doubled in the 3rd and popped up his last time up. And lately really taken aim at that green monster. Line shot caught by Franco, and that'll do it for the Red Sox as they go 1-2-3. We're moving on to the 9th inning, all tied up. Don't go anywhere as we keep it in the park.
Tomorrow.
He's Last night, very close one here, tied up, in fact, 3-3.
1540 Connection is a nonprofit teaching people how to detect cancer early and save lives. I'll be at their gala on July 9th, and I hope you can be too. For more information and to register, visit 15-40.org.
Kimbrel to make another appearance in the 9th inning. He did it last night and tossed a scoreless inning, his 27th game of the year. And as mentioned, a perfect 28 for 28 in save chances at Fenway. Right now, just trying to make sure the Red Sox come to bat in the bottom of the 9th inning in a tie game. And the top of the order, and Herrera, who's gone 0 for 3. And he starts him off with a sharp breaking ball for strike one. Herrera now in his 3rd season with the Phillies. And they hope they have an emerging star in him. Nava on deck, and then Altair. High fly foul out of play, and quickly 0-2. Sox in Philadelphia tomorrow night. 2 games there against the Phillies. Brian Johnson is on the bump against Jeremy Hellickson, as Neris works in the bullpen for Philadelphia. And then it'll be Sale on the mound on Thursday night at 7:05. Chris Sale trying to go to 9-2. Chopped. Here comes Bogarts down for it quickly. Got rid of it in time to set down the speedy Herrera.
Well, he knew he had to hustle and get there quickly too, because Herrera can get down that line, and he was almost running as he was making contact. Another very nice defensive play by Bogarts. No time to waste. That transfer from the glove hand to the throwing hand, very quick.
And a bubble to boot. Is Daniel Nava 1 for 4 with a single last time up. Sox and the Phillies knotted up 3-3 here in the 9th. One for 2 with a double against Craig Kimbrel. Kimbrel leading all major league relievers in WHIP and opponents' batting average, holding opponents to a batting clip of .083. 98 for a strike. Altair would be next. He belted a 2-run homer way back in the 3rd inning. Not much scoring in this game since. The Phillies got 1 run in the 6th, but since the 3rd, that's it. And down he goes. Nava fans 2 away. Let's check out what events are coming up at Foxwoods Resort Casino June 15th through the 18th. Pippin on the 23rd. John Legend on July 1st. Lionel Richie. So Altair 1 for 4 with the home run in the 3rd off of David Price. David Price with no decision went 6 tonight, allowing 3 runs and 4 hits. Working on back-to-back days here. Here comes the 1-0 to Altair. Mentioned earlier, Altair's dad was a professional soccer player in Germany. His mom was in the U.S. Army, stationed in Germany. That's where they met. down 2-0. Red Sox looking to win tonight and get to 8 games above 500 for the first time this season. And in the bottom of the 9th inning, we'll have Hanley Ramirez, Jackie Bradley, and Josh Rutledge due up. 2-2.
That high fastball, they got no chance to catch up to that. None. Last fastball at about 98 miles an hour. Just not going to make contact on that pitch.
Crowd would like a K. Just missed. Kimbrel has walked only 5 men this season. And poke foul out of play. The CBS Health Charity Classic has added a 2-day family-friendly food festival, Crave, Rhode Island, Thursday and Friday at the Dunkin' Donuts Center in Providence. Go to CBSHealthCharityClassic.com for more information. Nice play by Moreland on the dive, feeding Kimbrel. He got to the bag in time. Moreland saving a base hit and stealing one from Altair. So Kimbrel gets him 1-2-3 as we go to the last half of the 9th inning, tied 3-3. So for the second night in a row, the Red Sox are looking for a walk-off. After winning at 11 last night, tied up 3-3 to the bottom of the 9th inning, and Hanley went for it right away and fouled it back.
I was going to say they got a guy at the plate that can walk him off with a win right here.
His home run last night came in the 8th inning and tied the game. His 9th. He's gone 0 for 3 tonight. Ramos staying on, and the breaking ball spins in there for a strike.
That's a tough one right there. He threw that directly at Ramirez, and it broke and picked up the inside part of the plate.
Embry in the Sox pen. Jackie Bradley on deck. And on 3 pitches, Hanley Ramirez is retired, and Rupp's going to have to throw on to complete the K. 1 man gone. Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by Toyota's website for deals. Buyatoyota.com. Southwest. Yes, the low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. And by Lexus and the Lexus Strikes Out Hunger program. A man down, Jackie Bradley now. He has doubled, popped up, and flied out. 1 for 3. And Pablo Sandoval has a bat, and he would hit for Rutledge. Josh Rutledge 0 for 3 at the plate tonight. Jackie 8 home runs, hitting .244 at the moment. Extended his hitting streak to 5 in a row earlier tonight. Last 26 games, he's hitting .299. Phillies got a good long start out of the rookie Ben Lively. He went 7, allowing 3 runs, 8 hits. On the infield, Galvis over on the right side will throw to get Bradley. 2 up and 2 down. Here's our game summary now, brought to you by Xfinity. And how we got to 3-3 in the 9th inning. Price going 6. Moreland hit a bomb. Benintendi has an RBI tonight. Lively a big part of the story and the reason why it is in the 9th inning, all tied up. So here's Pablo Sandoval batting on the left side, hitting for Rutledge, and then will remain in the game, you would guess.
Last night, Sandoval got in the game and picked himself up a base hit. Late in the ball game, similar to tonight.
Well, last night went 11. Unless the Red Sox can get a run here, it's going to extra innings for the 2nd straight night against the Phillies. And of course, came in with the worst record in Major League Baseball. Red Sox winning last night. High strike granted there to Ramos.
Usually don't see high breaking balls called strikes like that. Breaking ball that's usually up in that area is not called a strike.
3-1. Sandoval not a guy who hangs around very often to take ball 4. If he likes it, he's hacking. And he takes a fairly close one for ball 4. So he's on. Sandoval will take the walk, and that means Vasquez will bat here with 2 down in the 9th. And a base runner. Here comes Marrero. This worked to a tee last night. He would score the game-winning run in the 11th. So he's going to come on and play defensively. Good night for Vasquez with an RBI double, a walk, and a single. Batting average back up to .330.
Outfield a lot deeper than they normally would be right here. They don't want anything in the gap that runner from first base can score.
Quickly 0-2.
That's 2 nasty pitches right on the outside part of the plate to Vasquez. Looking at his double down the right field line early in the ball game.
Mookie Betts on deck. Right to the shortstop. In time for the force, and once again for the second straight night, we're going to extra innings here at Fenway, tied up 3-3. Red Sox baseball in Nesson is sponsored by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. Dave O'Brien, Jerry Remy from Fenway Park tied up 3-3 as we go to the 10th inning. Second night in a row, extra innings. Marrero will stay on to play third.
A real battle the last couple of nights against the Phillies here at Fenway Park. Both going extra innings.
And Heath Hembree out of the bullpen, appearance number 30, 0-2, a 390 earned run average. And he'll take on the middle of their batting order, Kendrick, Joseph, and Franco. Kendrick's been on base a couple of times. He's a threat to steal if he gets on again. He's walked and singled. Hitting .352. For the Red Sox tonight, 3 runs and 8 hits. They've not committed an error. For the Phillies, 3 runs, 8 hits, no errors. Two and 0. Hembree following Craig Kimbrell. Got him 1-2-3 in the 9th. Once again, pretty much write that down every time he comes through that bullpen gate. Pedroia and Moreland. Moreland has it. The spin. Hembree gets to the bag and in time to make the play. Now number 1 in the 10th.
Well, Moreland really covering a lot of ground there, taking one away from Pedroia, and a heck of a nice play at first base by Hembree, who had to get over there and take a long throw from Moreland. Now, you know, a lot of times the first baseman will tell the second baseman, well, call me off that. Well, it's just about impossible. When a first baseman commits like that to make a play, it's almost impossible to call him off that play.
One out. Here's Joseph. He's got 1 for 4 with a double, and he has scored a run. He scored the tying run in the 6th. He's also struck out 3 times. So we are into extra innings, playing long enough tonight that the Yankee game in Anaheim is now underway. They're in the first inning. And no score. Red Sox have to fly tonight to Philadelphia. Relatively quick flight. Looping line drive that'll settle down for a base hit. So Joseph has his second knock tonight. This one comes with one down in the 10th. And the go-ahead run is on for Philadelphia.
Red Sox so far this season in extra innings 4-0.
They're going to bring on a runner for him. So a pinch runner for Joseph. It's Ty Kelly. And he will, in all likelihood, take over at third base. Here's Franco. He's had a very good night with 3 hits and a walk. One of those hits a double in the 8th inning. And Hembree looking for a ground ball right at somebody. He tosses ball 1. Tampa Bay with an 8-1 lead in the 9th inning against Toronto. Neris and Gomez, pair of right-handers, going side by side in the Philly bullpen. Red Sox bullpen is quiet. Hembree, the 4th Red Sox reliever to work in this one.
Kelly at first base has never attempted a steal at the major league level. In his 62nd game that he's played in the big leagues.
Hembree's 2-0. That finds the mark right on the edge.
Stays with the cut fastball on the 2-0 count. Out to the outside part of the plate, outside corner.
Houston and Texas are tied up 2-2 in the 7th inning. If the Astros lose that game, that's going to be 3 consecutive losses. I wonder if they've lost 3 in a row all year. And the best record in baseball, 44-21. Red Sox will make Houston their 2nd stop on this upcoming trip. The Astros suddenly have some pitching injuries to starters. And beyond just Dallas Keuchel, who's on the DL. But the matter at hand right now for the Red Sox is the Phillies, proving pretty tough to shake. And the count goes to 3-1 on Franco. Ty Kelly, the runner at first with 1 away in the top half of the 10th. There's a shot headed to the wall. Off the green, back down to Benintendi. Kelly into third base. Throw comes into second. Runners at first and third. Franco's big night continues. That's his 4th hit.
Yeah, he's been on base 5 times. Had a walk included in that. 2 singles, 2 doubles, and the walk. But more importantly, 1st and 3rd with 1 out. Trying to drive that ball out of the ballpark, and about 3/4 of the way up the Green Monster.
And Carl Willis out for a mound visit here to consult with Hembree and everybody else. Some trouble here for the Red Sox in the 10th inning. 1st and 3rd for the Phillies. And a lefty hitting Michael Saunders coming up. So far tonight, he's hitless. Red Sox beating the Phillies on the Dustin Pedroia walk-off single in the 11th inning last night. But now the Phillies are a base hit or maybe making an out away from taking the lead in extras tonight. So Carl back inside the dugout, 1 man away. Kelly at third base, Franco at first. And Saunders has drawn a couple of walks in this one. Otherwise, he's 0 for 2. Red Sox overstacked the right side with 3 men on the right side of second base.
Little bit dangerous leaving that hole open on the other side with the potential go ahead run at third base.
And a 1-0. Popped him up, twisting foul, and back off into the seats. Came at Saunders with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Saunders only hitting .201, but he does have 6 homers. And looking to get the ball in the air undoubtedly right here. It's deep enough, it'll put the Phillies in the lead. And a 1-1 pitch. Attendance tonight at Fenway 37,141. And tonight seeing another one go to extra innings. Here's the 2-1.
Think of some of the games the Red Sox have played recently. The Sunday game 4 hours. Last night 4 hours plus extra innings again tonight.
Bott already if needed here. Here's the 3-1. Foul that one back. Another big fastball there by Hembree. Was allowed a couple of singles, 1 away in the 10th. The bottom of the inning, it'll be the top of the order for the Red Sox. Betts, Pedroia, Bogarts. And the 3-2 to Saunders. Foul tipped into the mid and held by Vasquez to strike him out, and there are 2 gone.
Well, they go upstairs with the fastball, and again, no chance to hit that high fastball. Foul tip. Nice job by Vasquez to hold on. You see that ball going up, and it just got right in the webbing of the glove of Christian Vasquez.
A tough one to handle, but Vasquez gripped it. And now Hembree trying to get out of the inning. Red Sox bullpen did that in the 8th inning, leaving them loaded when they failed to score. There was a play at the plate to cut down a runner.
The one thing you have to be alert for here is the possibility of a double steal to try to get that run home. They're chasing that high fastball, aren't they?
This is a team of chasers. They do not like to take ball 4. Statistically, one of the lowest walking teams in the game. Rupp has gone 1 for 4. Now he's in a hole, 0-2. First and third for the Phillies. 2 down, 2 strikes. Stopped by Vasquez as the runners hold.
And Vasquez boxed that up a little bit because he was expecting a high fastball. He wanted the high fastball from Hembree. It stayed down in the zone, and you'll see how he has to go down and try to catch this. And it just bounces right out of the glove, but no advance.
Hembree trying for back-to-back Ks. Vasquez tried to pull it back, 2-2. For up fans here, it'll be for the third time tonight. Fly ball right field. Here comes Mookie Betts with a long run near the stands. He lunges, he goes into the stands, and he held on to the baseball. He caught it, and the Red Sox are out of the inning. Mookie Betts on the attack defensively, right there on top of that line and right into a fan for a little hug. The Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center, the first aid station at Fenway, is behind section 12 on the lower concourse. Beth Israel Deaconess, the official hospital of the Boston Red Sox. Visit bidmc.org.
Another great defensive play by the Red Sox tonight, and a last made by Mookie Betts. A long way to go as he's heading toward foul territory. Reaches out with the stands right there, fans right there, and it's able to make the catch, I believe, in foul territory. Yeah, foul territory. And Hembree, thumbs up on that catch.
So a couple of changes here for the Philadelphia Phillies, as Kelly will stand a game to play second base. And Howie Kendrick will move over to first base. And Gomez, Jimar Gomez, is the new right-hander. Big ERA at 8.20. And Mookie Betts leading off the bottom of the 10th, 3-3 game. And a ball. On the night, Mookie has been noisier with the glove than he has with the bat. He's gone 0 for 4. After last night, ripping 4 hits. Two and 1. On deck, Dustin Pedroia, then Xander Bogaerts. A great chance for the Red Sox here with the top of the order up. Trying to beat the Phillies for the second night in a row in extra innings. Ground ball, backing up. Franco will sling it and get him. One man out.
Now, usually when you see an infielder back up like that, that means he's in trouble, especially at third base. But Franco shows a very nice strong arm going across the diamond to get the out.
Well, here comes Dustin Pedroia, second night in extras. Last night he was the hero with the walk-off single. And in the previous at bat last night, he narrowly missed a home run, which would have won the ball game. He is 1 for 4 with a single tonight. So now hitting .297. Red Sox now have a number of hitters who are seeing the ball particularly well at the same time. Pedroia is one of them. Moreland certainly. Benintendi and Bradley in particular.
And tonight, Bogart's getting back on track with a couple of doubles. Pulling the ball.
A ball, a strike on Pedroia. And a line shot, base hit. Dustin Pedroia on with one down in the 10th.
Now Pedroia is showing a very quick bat right there, turning that fastball around for the line drive base hit. Couple of hits in the game, had one back in the first inning. Is that fastball middle in, and Pedroia barrel of the bat on the baseball for the hard line drive hit.
We showed it to you now. 913 Fenway Park hits for Dustin Pedroia. So 8th all time. Xander Bogaerts now 2 doubles, as Jerry mentioned, 1 in the 1st, 1 in the 5th. And he's gone 2 for 4. He doubles again here, he might end the ball game.
Like to see that double out toward the 420, though, not off the wall.
Hitting .321. Gomez with the 0-1. Line very quickly off of that small fence down the left field line. He really turned on that.
2 doubles tonight for Bogaerts back in the first inning. Taking it off the top of the scoreboard and then going in that direction again back in the 5th inning as he pulls a double off that left field wall. Both on breaking pitches. That last rocket he hit foul was a fastball.
0-2. Red Sox tonight on their way to Philadelphia. 2 games against these Phillies. Then Houston and Kansas City on the upcoming trip. Bounding ball, base hit. Pedroia to second base and stopping there.
Well, you don't, excuse me, Dave, you don't see this very often where Bogaerts in a game gets 3 hits where he pulls the ball. A lot of times it's, a couple of hits the other way. He may pull 1. 3 base hits in the game, all have been to the left side of the field.
Bogaerts with his 7th 3-hit game of the season. 3 for 5. And the Red Sox have the winning run at second base. And their hottest hitter digging in Mitch Moreland. And he does have a long home run tonight in the 3rd inning, blasting one 449 feet to center field.
Back in the 3rd inning, Moreland going way back over the Red Sox bullpen up into the bleacher area.
So last night it was Dustin Pedroia. Will it be Mitch Moreland tonight here in the 10th inning? Pulled off that one. Dustin Pedroia, the runner at second.
Yeah, fool that time on a changeup by Gomez. Outfield very, very shallow all the way around. So any kind of base hit, they can try to throw Pedroia out at the plate, but they are very shallow.
And particularly Altair in right field. He's way in. Here's the 0-1. 2 strikes on Moreland. Andrew Benintendi on deck. So 2 for 6 against Gomez is Moreland. So he knows what this right-hander features. Just got a piece of it.
Tried to change up again, down and away, and Marlin again battling and fouling it off.
Well, he had one of his best at-bats of the season in the first inning.
Yes.
And it culminated in getting hit by a pitch, but really extending Lively, Ben Lively, pitched quite well over 7 innings. He got Moreland on the foot. Moreland got him back in the 3rd inning with that mammoth home run. Pedroia at second, representing the winning run. Xander Bogaerts on at first. Tied up 3-3, bottom of the 10th. High pop up down the left field line. Nava with a long run as it sails, and it's off into the stands as he goes sliding into that padded fence.
That's another pitch right there. That's a tough pitch to foul off, and that's exactly what Moreland's able to do. He's extending these at bats by fouling off tough pitches. Ball slicing away from Nava, going toward that very little bit of foul territory out there. Lands about 3 rows into the bleachers. Here's the pitch by Moreland again. That ball down and away, off the plate, but still able to foul it off.
And you never know when those pop-ups go down that line.
No, they can come back into field of play very, very quickly. You look at the breeze right now, though. It's almost like it's blowing in a little bit.
Nava sliding in a general area where Blake Swihart, banged up his ankle so badly. Down that left field line. Here's the 0-2. Again, just nudging it foul. Boy, that's happened to him 3 or 4 times tonight.
Yeah, look at the location of all the pitches against Moreland. Every one of them have been away from him. Right at the end of the bat.
To hang in there. Pedroia at second. Ian Moreland, the key man. Benintendi on deck. Three and 2, or 1 ball and 2 strikes with 1 man out. Runners at first and second. Last time up, Moreland was caught looking in the 8th inning. John Farrell looking for a winner in extra innings once again here as a send off to Philly.
Again.
Man.
I mean, look at the box. Look where all the pitches are on the pitch box. I mean, they are all away from Mitch Moreland with the exception of one. The second pitch was pretty much down the middle. Other than that, there hasn't even really been a strike. That ball a good 5-6 inches off the plate and still fouls it off.
Many in the crowd rising up here. Cut on and missed, and down he goes, strike 3. So Moreland fans for the second out. It's quite a battle there with Gomez, but he whiffs, and here comes Benintendi.
That last pitch gets the middle of the plate, but it's also going to be down in the zone, as you can see right there. It bounces on the plate. That grip looked like a split-fingered fastball grip.
Did. Benintendi with an RBI with the bases loaded. He took ball 4 in the first innings, also doubled, popped up and lined out to the third baseman. Kind of a generous call for strike 1. Benintendi not happy with that. Base hit can win it. 2 down. Red Sox 3, Phillies 3. Bottom of the 10th. Last night was Pedroia's night. Is it Benintendi's here tonight? If it gets that far, Hanley Ramirez waiting on deck. And Gomez with a 1-1. Little dribbler toward third. Franco to charge it. He fakes, throw back to third. Pedroia takes a tumble, down he goes. He's tagged out. And that retires the side. He had rounded hard, expecting Franco to throw to first base. Let's see if he's all right. And he is tagged out.
Yeah, watch him round third as he thinks he's going to throw it. It's almost like his leg gave away on him. They tag him out, and that's the end of the threat.
Bases tonight. Moments ago, Dustin Pedroia, who's going to stay in the game, by the way, was just tagged out. We're rounding third base.
Now, it's a good play by Franco because he fakes the throw. Pedroia is going around the bag. If he throws the first, he's probably going to continue home. He slows up. He's getting waved on, and then right there, they try to put the brakes on him. It's too late and tagged out.
So we play on. It is on to the 11th inning for the second straight night here. Red Sox just having a devil of a time shaking this Philly ball club.
That's a good way to put it. They really are.
20th appearance for Abad. So he comes out of the bullpen. They'll get the last man in their order, Galvis, then the top of the order, Herrera and Nava. So the Red Sox with Benintendi in left, Bradley in center, Betts in right. It's Marrero now at third base for the second inning. Since he's been in the game, Bogarts and Pedroia up the middle with Moreland at first and Vasquez catching. And a one-strike pitch to Galvis. He has gone 0 for 4. An identical line score for both teams. 3 runs, 10 hits, and no errors. And a ground ball to Moreland. He'll take it himself for a fast out here in the 11th. Let's get down to Jemai.
Well, Dave, this game has been in the hands of the bullpen since David Price worked his 6 innings. Talked with pitching coach Carl Willis, who told me that the bullpen is beginning to find its groove, and we like the arms in the pen, and their confidence is growing. He said that he hopes they understand the confidence that the coaching staff has in them. He says we just can't overuse them. It appears they're up for the challenge tonight, keeping this one scoreless since the 6th inning.
The bullpen has done this, Jemai, as you have noted many times this season, this kind of performance. Been a real unsung hero for the Red Sox leading up to Craig Kimbrell, and Kimbrell has been used tonight. The second night in a row in the 9th inning for a scoreless 9th. Here's Herrera. He's 0 for 4 with a walk and a run. By the way, Benintendi did get credit for a base hit on that chopper to Franco. So the Red Sox now have 11 hits on a play where Pedroia was put out at third. Marrero in, a step on the grass at third, the 2-0. Off speed in there. That's that off speed delivery at 75. He can get it down to about 65.
Yeah, that completely surprised Herrera. He's expecting a fastball on the 2-0 count. Instead, he gets the curveball.
For Abad, at times it acts almost like an ephus pitch. Now Fenway has thinned out considerably. Another very long night for the Red Sox as they try and pull it out in extra innings. And that's off the plate. Tampa Bay did knock off Toronto 8-1 the final. White Sox are beating the Orioles 6-1 in the 8th inning. The wheels have kind of come off for the Orioles, haven't they?
7.5 back coming into today's action.
They've lost 5 in a row. Just not a good road team. They're 10-21 on the road. Yankees have won 6 straight. They're scoreless in the 3rd inning on the West Coast. Sox 3, Phillies 3 in the 11th. And a 3-2 to Herrera.
You hear that?
Herrera, oh yeah. They heard it. They heard it in Cambridge.
Yeah, just listen to this after the swing. He thought he should have had this one.
Be careful with that. Put yourself on the DL. Daniel Nava on deck, bases empty, 1 away. Top of the 11th. And he got him with that pitch. Big slow curveball, and Herrera down on strikes.
Yeah, nothing to really argue about there. Just got fooled by Abad. Goes to the breaking ball, picks up the outside corner. The bat flip. This time thought he had a walk, but not quite. That completely fooled him. He took 2 steps toward the pitcher, expecting a fastball.
Sure did. 2 away. Here's Nava. He is 1 for 5 with a base hit. Daniel batting .321. He does have 3 home runs for the Phillies. Briefly with Kansas City last year. Bod trying to set him down 1-2-3 in the 11th. And knocked foul down the right field line. For the Red Sox, Hanley Ramirez due up to lead off the bottom of the 11th inning. Then Jackie Bradley. And then Marrero. Red Sox looking for a hero for the second night in a row. Oh, but here comes a little rain. Nobody needs this. We saw Dave Meller out talking with the umpires about 45 minutes ago, and he had his weather pad out. There's Dave. Everybody loves Dave, but you don't love seeing him coming out to talk with the umpires with that thing.
No, when he's behind John Farrell in the dugout, it's not a good thing.
2-2. We did have a rain shower late this afternoon, a couple hours before first pitch. It was in and out very quickly. They did tarp the field. That cooled it off. You know, from the high 90s into the low 80s, made it very playable. Just a sprinkle at the moment. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Nava. So there's that changeup, 61 miles an hour.
Throws out about once an appearance, doesn't he?
Is not meant to break anything, and it won't break anything. As a hitter, it could break your heart if you take it and it's in the strike zone.
Yeah, it's like slow pitch softball.
3-2. And the payoff pitch from Abad. Went back to the fastball and he walked him. So Daniel Nava on base for the second time tonight. All terribly next. Well, approaching 11 p.m. and for John Farrell, hoping that this game is still 3-3 going to the last of the 11th inning. Red Sox won in 11 last night, so he'd love a repeat of that script. But right now, Altair in the way, and he belted a 2-run homer way back in the 3rd inning. Go ahead run is on for the Phillies. The looper. Betts coming on. Out goes Pedroia. That dunks down for a base hit. Here's a play at 3rd and the throw. The tag. He is safe. Nava gets in. Altair dunking a single, and they're on the corners with 2 away.
Now you can tell when contact was made there that there was going to be absolutely no chance for anybody to get to that. Mookie Betts or Pedroia. Now to throw to 3rd base. They're looking at it, the Red Sox are, but it looks like he's got the bag with both the foot and the hand.
John Farrell trying to make up his mind here and is not going to challenge this. So no review on it. Kendrick will be the batter 1st and 3rd. And frankly, the Phillies have been getting very good chances late in this game and in the 10th inning. They had a couple of men on base with only 1 away, could not score. They loaded the bases in the 8th inning and failed to score. So they have had opportunities to kind of break it open. Red Sox bullpen is held fast and must do that again. 2 on against Abad. Kendrick is 1 for 4 with a single. And another game that is destined to be played in 4 hours plus, which will be the 3rd in a row for the Red Sox. Poke foul for strike 1. Kendrick hitting .348. How about that score? 8th inning. Look at the Twins with 20 runs.
It's a football score right there.
Boys had to dig for that 20.
Yeah, you don't get too many 20 spots put up there, do you, on that scoreboard?
20 looks like it was buried at the very bottom, doesn't it?
Hadn't been used for a couple of years.
Two down, a ball, a strike on Kendrick. Good contact, man. That was overthrown and stopped by Vasquez.
Big play by Vasquez right there. That ball was headed over his head, with the potential go-ahead run at third base. Vasquez wanted it high, but not quite that high.
Up the middle, Bogarts right near the back, taps it, and that retires the side. The Red Sox bullpen continues to shut down the Philly rallies. Go to the bottom of the 11th, tied at 3. Park right now more of a nuisance than anything else. Last half of the 11th, Red Sox won it in 11 last night, attempting to do the same thing here tonight, as Hanley Ramirez will lead things off, and Jackie Bradley right behind him. 3 runs on 11 hits for both teams. Neither side has committed an error. Some really nice defense too. Hanley trying to get a little noisy. So far pretty quiet. He's gone 0 for 4, 2 strikeouts, a double play, and a fly to right field. So Hanley at 244, 9 home runs. And that one hits him. He gets drilled. Came right behind him, it looked like. And a base runner right away, rather painfully for Hanley Ramirez.
And nowhere to go on this one. You can't duck out of the way. You can't jump out of the way. You just have to take it in the back. Right above the 13 for Hanley Ramirez. So painfully, the Red Sox get their leadoff man on in the 11th.
Right up there, the shoulder blade. And that'll send up Jackie Bradley, 1 for 4, a double back in the second, and he scored a run. Franco, third baseman, leaning in on the grass. And ball 1 to JBJ.
Very, very surprised if he would have buttoned the situation with Marrero coming up on deck, followed by Vasquez. Bradley's going to swing the bat here.
Line shot, base hit. Sounded like he broke his bat. He'll take it. First and second, nobody out for the Red Sox in the 11th.
Now you may think about the sacrifice bunt with Marrero coming to the plate.
I would almost bet on it. And Vasquez scheduled to follow him. Marrero came on to run after Sandoval had pinch hit for Rutledge and took ball 4 in the 9th inning, and then he stayed in. And they won a conference as McClure, the pitching coach, heads to the hill. So an excellent start to the last of the 11th. A hit batsman and a single, and the Red Sox are in business. And in about another 4 minutes, the Red Sox will play their 3rd consecutive 4-hour ball game. But if they win this one, they'll take 2 of those on their way to Philly.
In at first, in at third, expecting the bunt from Marrero.
Showing the bunt, he takes a strike.
You got to bunt this ball. You've got to try to bunt it down the third base line and pull the third baseman off the bag. You don't want to force out at third base.
Just a very light drizzle at the moment. Nobody out and 2 on, indicating the bunt. He drops it down. Play at third. The throw is in time to get him. Ramirez cut down. Looked like for a split second Gomez was having a little trouble getting it out of the glove, but he recovered. Made a good throw.
Not a good bunt right there by Marrero. Right back to the pitcher, and it gave him something to think about to go to third base. Just spins. Had a little trouble getting it out of his glove, but still able to get the out at third base. So now it's still first and second, but 1 out in the inning. That little hesitation he had almost there. Almost cost him at third, but they're still able to get Hanley.
So 1 man away. Bradley becomes the runner now at second base. Marrero at first, and Vasquez the batter. Good night at the plate. He's doubled and singled. Last night it was Dustin Pedroia. Vasquez with a chance to be the star tonight. That ran in and almost got him. So Gomez is a little bit wild.
Wild inside.
Already hit a batter here in the 11th. Tied up 3-3. And time is granted by Stu Shearwater. Bit of a breeze toward right.
And very shallow again is that outfield, trying to cut the man down at home plate on any kind of base hit.
A ball and a strike on the Red Sox catcher. Last inning, the Red Sox had officially 3 hits but could not score. Now here in the 11th, the hit batsman in a single. Vasquez looking for the big hit. Popped him up. Racing out Kelly. Backpedaling. He made the play, and the runners had to stay put. Now they're 2 down. And Mookie Betts striding up. And the pace of the rain is picking up. Mookie tonight is 0 for 5. He doesn't have many of those.
Now, to say the least, he is overdue, and overdue for a game winner.
A little bit of a steadier rain now at Fenway. Tied up 3-3, 2 down, 2 on, last of the 11th. And he checked his swing and fouled it away for strike 1. Sox trying to grab these 2 games at home against the Phillies, 2 more at their place over the following 2 nights. Chanting for Betts. With a long stare in, and Betts getting time. Pedroia's on deck. Wouldn't it be something if he came up again with a chance to win it for the 2nd night in a row in the 11th? Last night was his 2nd career walk-off hit. High pop-up into left, coming on Nava. Galvis calling for the wind, taking it a bit, but he makes the play to retire the side. Another squander for the Red Sox as we go to the 12th inning, locked up 3-3. After the 12th inning at Fenway, Jerry Remy, Dave O'Brien in a 3-3 tie. And the bullpens have been at work tonight.
Yeah, once again, very good for the Red Sox. Boyd getting a strikeout on a high fastball right there. Kimbrel coming into the game. Once again in a non-save situation. A nice play by Moreland. Feeds Kimbrel. He gets his out. Hembree. Nice play by Betts as he goes to the wall to make a catch. And Abad with the ground ball up the middle, but right there to make the tag, Xander Bogaerts.
So on we play. Abad will stay on to pitch and face Ty Kelly here, who singled his last time up in the 10th inning, and he'll look at a strike. One of the key plays with the Red Sox failure to get down that sacrifice bunt.
Yep.
By Marrero.
Right back to the pitcher, and he had plenty of time to spin, even bobble the ball a little bit and get the out at third base.
I mean, he got it down, but not an effective sacrifice bunt. I'll drift foul out of play. So this one's still ongoing. Yankees and Angels are in the 4th inning on the West Coast in a game that started after 10 o'clock. And the 0-2 from Abad. Liner, that'll drop down for a base hit. Kelly took a tumble. I think I just heard him say the base is wet.
I'll tell you what, that's getting on top of a high fastball right there.
He slipped while touching first base.
Rain coming down, bases get a little slippery, and outfield gets a little slippery too. There you can see the slip right there on first base as the rain, which has been falling, making things a little slick around that first base bag in all the bags.
Well, here's a guy the Red Sox have not been able to retire all night. Michael Franco. He has 4 hits and he's taken a walk. Sox have 12 hits, so do the Phillies. Both clubs have had opportunities going back to the 8th inning. No mistake about that. But they have failed to score. And Chicago, the White Sox did beat the Orioles 6-1, so Baltimore has dropped 6 in a row. Tampa Bay won again. They beat Toronto 8-1. TC will have all that matters in the postgame. And across for a strike.
Don't get too many fastballs from Abad on that 2-0 count. He usually goes to that curveball.
The boys back in the studio. They've had a long time to get ready. They are ready to go. Steve Lyons and Tom Caron. Did he offer there? Vasquez wanted an appeal. No swing. And the count 3-1. So Franco is on the verge of reaching base for the 6th time in this game. Nobody out and Kelly aboard. He takes a big swing. Franco has hit 7 home runs.
Took a swing there like he was expecting the breaking ball in the 3-1 count.
Did get the curveball. David Price got the start tonight for the Sox. He went 6, allowing 3 runs, 4 hits. He walked 4. Much better start for Price than the last one against the Yankees. Step in the right direction for the left-hander. And the payoff pitch to Michael Franco. Got jammed there, and he fouled it away. So they'll do it again on 3-2. Again, a Red Sox win. It'll be the first time this season they are 8 games over 500. Victory would put the Sox at 36-28. A loss would put the Phillies at 21-42. They do have the worst record in baseball. And a Bond with another 3-2 to Franco.
Changeup.
Hard hit but foul. Another one ripped like he knew what was coming.
Yeah, it's almost like every time you're expecting a fastball from Abad, he either comes with a curveball or a changeup. And that time way out in front of it.
Hector Neris has done some throwing in that bullpen tonight. Garcia alongside him for the Phils. 3-2. And that one rocketed foul. Boy, he's jumped on 3 in a row here. Not straight. He's 4 for 4. Ty Kelly aboard at first base with nobody out. Just a mist at the moment. And continues to hammer away. 91-mile-an-hour fastball there, but just got a piece of it. Red Sox last night rallied after trailing 4-0 to win in 11 innings. Tonight the Sox took the early lead. To see the Phillies come from behind, Red Sox went out in front again. Phillies tied it in the 6th inning. And that's where we sit ever since, 3-3.
Pitch at bat right now for Franco.
So here comes number 12 from the lefty. Off the middle, Pedroia spears it, flips it out of the glove, out there, double play, and a dandy. A dazzling twin killing started by Pedroia.
Remember now one thing, that infield grass is a little bit slippery right now from the rain falling, and that makes that play even better by Pedroia. Right out of his glove, the back flip, and Bogarts jumping over the runner to complete the double play. Beautifully done by both guys.
Boy, that's a big league double play.
Yeah. We talked the other night about the small glove the second baseman used, and that's the reason why. Get that ball out of the glove as quickly as possible.
Now, Pedroia, 86 games since he last committed an error, and a slew of magical plays in between, and that was a dandy. Well, here's Blanco hitting for Saunders, hitting in that 7th spot as the DH. And that one is short. Friendly hop. Bogarts lobs it on, and that's it for the Phillies. Despite the leadoff single, one of the best double plays of the season turned by the Red Sox. 3-3 here in the 12th. Inning in a 3-3 tie. Sox and the Phillies on getaway night. This is Luis Garcia, the right-hander. He's out of their bullpen for his 20th appearance. Back on June 7th, he gave up 5 runs at Atlanta to tie a career high. And wouldn't you know it, Dustin Pedroia just started a dazzling twin killing. We'll lead things off here.
Well, last night the game-winning base hit to the opposite field for Pedroia. Here he's leading off an inning. Bottom of the 12th inning here at Fenway Park. What a couple of battles these have been between the Phillies and the Red Sox.
Pedroia right in the thick of it. The game-winning hit last night. Now trying to get on here in the 12th inning. And that one knocks the bat out of his hands. A pitch inside. Did not touch him. Mid-90s fastball will get your attention.
Yeah, just getting out of the way right here is that elbow. And the bat just kind of flips and hits the catcher.
Pedroia now a 300 hitter again with his 2 hits tonight, batting .301. Some double play that he started, along with Bogaerts and Moreland. And owner John Henry hanging in there despite the rain and the lateness of the hour, looking for a win. Just about 11:30 locally in there for a strike. This game closing in on 4 hours and 20 minutes. Last night 4 hours 16 minutes. Night before 4:06. Talking about the weather here tonight and the rain kind of messing with us. It's been in and out.
What is this? Doppler radar.
There's green everywhere, Jerry.
And light rain.
And the 2-2. Little ground ball, a check swing. He tried to hold up. Kendrick will take it to the bag for the out. So 1 gone in the Red Sox 12th. Red Sox looking for a blast here. And Bogaerts, the batter, he's had a good night at the plate with 3 hits, 2 doubles and a single. I remember that fateful night where you said, you know, Dave, it's part of my new contract. I'm going to put in overtime. And I said, you'll never get it, Jerry. And then later you said, yeah, I got it. You should have put in, dummy. Low for ball 1.
This has been something these last 3 games at Fenway. I mean, they've been grueling games.
They really have been. One nothing to Xander. Fastball off the plate. 12 hits for Boston, 12 for the Phillies. They'll see each other again tomorrow. In about another half hour, we'll say today, if these 2 sides are still playing. Three and nothing. Red Sox in need of a base runner with Moreland on deck. A slew of games have long since gone final, but not at Fenway Park tonight. And Garcia's 3-0. That's a strike. Xander had already chucked the bat.
And immediately apologized to the umpire for doing so. He thought it was a ball through the bat away, and then he looked at the umpire after that and say, my bad.
Probably a wise idea.
Actually wasn't that bad a pitch. It's the way the catcher caught the ball that made it look a lot worse than what it actually was.
And finally that is ball 4. So Xander will take his base. He's aboard for the 4th time. Be interesting to see if the wind plays a factor in the outcome of this game, because it has started to swirl a little bit.
Yeah, it has.
And Moreland will climb in. Hit a 449-foot home run over the edge of the Red Sox bullpen into the center field bleachers, right center field over that 420 mark early in the game. That was in the 3rd inning. Since then, he's gone 0 for 3. He was thinking that way again. We're in the 12th now. The last run in this game was scored by the fighting Phils in the 6th. And the 0-1. Long set timeout granted on the throw to first base.
Way back in the 3rd inning about a month ago. Moreland going very deep out towards center field for the home run.
Fly ball, well hit, deep left, rising up, and it is off the monster. Here comes Bogaerts into 3rd. He'll stop right there as the throw comes back on a long base hit. And for just a split second, it looked like he had won the ball game. But the Sox have him on the corners with 1 down.
Certainly did. It looked like it had enough legs to get up and out of the ballpark, but it's going to be high off that wall. Moreland using in that opposite field. We've seen so many left-handers tonight use the wall out there in left field. And it was played cleanly by Nava, which is going to save Bogaerts from scoring. He's going hard in the 3rd base. There was no bobble at all. He had to hold up.
It's a great point about Nava too, because he has experience in this ballpark. Back-to-back nights he has saved them a potential run with a good defensive play in left field.
Exactly right. Now this is interesting strategy. Would you walk Benintendi, the left-handed hitter right here, and take your chance with Ramirez with 1 out? They got a pitch to Benintendi.
Infield in. Nearly thrown away by Garcia. Ball 1.
Outfield in, infield in.
Another golden chance for the Red Sox, who loaded up the bases a couple of times tonight and squandered the chance. 1-1. Last night it was Pedroia coming through in the clutch with the game-winning hit, the walk-off single in the 11th. Now Benintendi can make an out possibly and driving a run, but everybody's in.
Outfield and infield.
Bogaerts the key man at 3rd, along with Benintendi at the plate. The 1-1 and a high twisting fly, and that's off into the stands right through the raindrops. Bottom of the 12th. One down. 1-2 on Benintendi. A 1-2. There's a shot. That's the ball game. Deep into the corner. The Red Sox walk it off again. The second night in a row the Red Sox win it as Benintendi hammers one down the right field line. At the crack of the bat, that was the ball game, and the Red Sox have pulled out another one. 4-3 the final, and Benintendi to start tonight. That's the first walk-off of his career, and a 3rd for the Red Sox this season, and for the second night in a row, and he gets the crowd. So through the raindrops, a searing line drive onto the warning track for the game winner, and the Red Sox pull it out. Andrew Benintendi jumped all over that last one and hit it wickedly to win it.
Well, he got a breaking ball that stayed up over the plate, and he just hooked it and hooked it very hard for the game-winning home run. Bouncing in front of the stands and up into the stands for the double, but it didn't matter. That was the ball game. They wanted to go low in the zone with the breaking ball, see if he chased, and stayed upstairs, and he was able to drill that ball for a very hard.
And again, running for his life, just as Pedroia did last night. It took a long time. Once again, about a 4.5-hour game, and the Red Sox win it. And for the first time this season, they are 8 games over the 500 mark. And let's get down to Jemai with the star.
That's right, Dave. Thanks a lot. After not having a walk-off since April 5th, this team has now had 2 in as many nights. Not a bad way to start a home series and sweep one, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
that feel pretty good after about 4 hours of playing baseball?
yeah, these last 3 games have been, we've been grinding them out, and, to come out on top tonight is huge.
That's now 7 wins in your last 10 games. This is the type of thing that can really spark something in this team and get some victories together.
Yeah, I mean, we just try to take it one day at a time. It's a long season, and we understand that, and we're going to put in the work and, just start to, hopefully get things rolling a little bit and just go from there.
Took 11 innings last night, took 12 innings tonight, and it took everybody from the bullpen to the defense behind them. What does that speak about the collective team effort that this team has been able to pull together?
Yeah, I mean, the bullpen did a great job. They've done a great job all season, and especially these last few games. And, these are long games. I mean, whoever wants to win it the most is going to win. So I think we never gave up in there, and we're excited to get to Philly.
First walk-off of your career, Benny. I'm sure you're not going to forget this one for a long time.
Let's hope there's more to come.
All right, back up to you, Dave and Jerry.
All right, Jemai, thank you very much. Officially a game-winning single, an RBI hit down the right field line, and then the Gatorade bath.
Double dose.
4 hours and 24 minutes.
It doesn't matter how long it takes as long as they win.
The Red Sox have done that back-to-back nights, well over 4 hours, and in the win column, TC.